regulatory considerations, digital ID, sustainable finance, blockchain and crypto standards, national sovereignty, and various use cases for blockchain technology in government. But before I start, I have a few comments. The blockchain industry is used to being spoken at rather than to. We've all heard talks of tulips and claims that this technology is looking for a solution. Well, in the face of those conversations, we've seen technology and market acceptance grow exponentially from a kernel of an idea into a $1 trillion market. Those who denounce the technology, of whom there are many, but fewer than there once were, are quick to share their views about our sector. A question not often asked is how much time they have spent trying to understand the space before forming the views that they so strongly hold about its value. The use and flexibility of the technology will ultimately determine the success of the sector. Product development is moving at an extraordinary pace, and yet it is not the conversation that dominates. The conversation that often dominates things in the government sector is that of the role of regulation. So where are we? Well, we're only starting this conversation. Imagine that, 12 years after this technology bloomed, we're only at the point where we're starting the conversation. But the problem is not unique to us. The pace at which global acceptance is accelerating within the jurisdictions of the United States, the United Kingdom, the EU, Africa, MENA, and APAC regions, and the regulatory agenda discussions are dominated by digital assets, cryptocurrencies, stablecoins, digital wallets, payment infrastructure, and, of course, central bank digital currencies. Industry is leading this conversation with regulators, and we at GBA are helping them. The cryptocurrency and digital asset sector is not faceless, nor does it seek to be. The blockchain ecosystem will continue to move quickly while it seeks out less uncertainty. The conversation that we seek to have must dispel myths and half-truths. We call on regulators, and those of you who can influence regulators, to make clear those who do not understand the sector that while it's under-regulated in some respects, the industry is acting appropriately, rationally, and reasonably while it awaits for regulatory certainty to arrive. This conversation impacts all of us. The technology involves your personal information, your data, your assets, as well as your privacy. It involves the role of government in protecting consumers, in creating environments for investment, for jobs, and for growth that will impact all of us. Opportunities owes us nothing, and our success will be determined by the opportunities that we create. Please lean in and listen to our conference speakers. The GBA is an organization that is committed to engaging government groups with blockchain technology. Take this opportunity to understand the technology, understand the role of government, and understand the unfolding regulatory environment and the role that government must play in expanding the use of this important technology. And with that, I'd like to welcome and introduce Gerard Deshay, Executive Director of GBA.
All right, excellent. And do we have Priya? Are you in the room? Priya? Okay, good. My remarks will be brief. But thank you, everybody, and Brian, thank you. GBA would not be where it is today if it wasn't for the support of Brian. In fact, I tell this story often. When I first started GBA, I identified, I think, 300 cities. And I said, we're going to have chapters in these 300 cities. And he invited me up to go on to his podcast. And I said, we're in the process of starting chapters in 300 cities. And he said, wow. But what he didn't realize is the process started by saying, this is the 300 cities, right? But then we got to work. And we started doing, I'll talk a little bit later about sort of this story. I'm going to do a keynote after this introduction, and I'm going to tell you about where we've come from, where we are today, and where we're going, and how we need to engage with all of you. We need your help. We've done a lot in a short amount of time, but we're going to do a lot more going into the future. And so this event here is a strategic part of that. And so when we came up with this topic, blockchain and sustainable economic growth, there's nobody that I thought would be able to put a program like this together than Priya Giuliani. So with that, I'd like to introduce Priya Giuliani and have her, come on up, Priya. I'm sorry, I got one other thing I got to say. As we put this event together, there's a whole bunch of people that made this happen. And if you don't have your program yet, please get one out there at the name tag. Hit the QR code to see all the folks that participated in this. This was, there's no time to list everybody by name, but I'm just grateful for all the folks that made this happen. And with that, Priya, thank you so much for putting this together.
Thank you so much. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. Yesterday, we had an informal meetup and greeted the people who are already arrived, and the longest flight time was 30 hours. So thank you so much for taking out times from your busy lives to make this event iconic and historic. I'm Priya Giuliani. I'm the UK President of Government Blockchain Association, and I also lead Sustainable Environmental Stewardship Working Group. The group's mission is to help startups and big organizations, public and private organizations, and create sustainable, attainable, and maintainable solutions to combat climate change. I'm also an impact entrepreneur, helping individuals embrace sustainable practices and innovative technology solutions for a prosperous and sustainable future. You will hear a lot from me in the next 3 days. So coming back to the event, I'm the event director for our event today, Blockchain and Sustainable Economic Growth. And with all my heart, I want to thank people, all our team, especially Kathy, Kyle, Jordan, Bill, Rob Perry, Istiaq, Dr. Ingrid, Scott, EJ, Mike, Evan, Moon, team, and Bryant. And I definitely cannot afford to miss anybody. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We are here today because of all of you, and I'm so proud of all of us. Now, a lot has happened in the last few years, and we are all aware that, so we need a strong economic reset. If anything, the past few experiences have helped governments and citizens understand is that dealing with disruptions and shocks and realizing that focusing on economic growth alone cannot be enough. And it could increase exposure to rising inequality and economic assumptions and environmental damage. How can this crisis help us? And how can we basically change this for a sustainable and equitable recovery? What would be a leading position in shaping a global economic system that is also sustainable? How equipped are business leaders to identify the risks and opportunities related to a sustainable recovery? And also, what are the trade-offs between economic growth and action on sustainability? So for me, this event is about assess, address, and accelerate. And our promise is to bring 3 days of impact, all with a sustainable focus so that we can have the 1,000 flowers bloom. Today we have industry leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and researchers between us from across the world to discuss how the world can effectively assess, address, and again accelerate their sustainable economic growth. Without further ado, I invite Eugene, who is going to be telling us about the voting application that you're going to demonstrate for the rest of the event. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eugene Morozov, and I represent Everscale Network. A word of thanks to GBA and personally Gerard, who is making this possible. What are we doing today? And if I can ask the tech team to please put the vote presentation on the screen, please. So what we're doing today is a pilot. Some of you already may have heard that we have an incredible exhibit of art in the neighboring room, Chinese room right next door, where people from all over the world submitted their NFTs to be displayed, discussed, voted on, and then auctioned during this event. So I want to make sure that all of you actually do look at the art and then make your own choices and make your own selections. So we're using the NFT show as in this pilot just to make it easy and simple. Only those that are present physically at the conference are eligible to vote. To do that, you will need to go to a website called devoteusa.com. devoteusa.com. Let me see if I can use this remote. Huh? Turn it on. Let's see. Technology. Yeah, trying to do that. Nope. Anyway, I can tell you guys to do that. So, again, to repeat the website, devoteusa.com. The registration for the vote is today, only today, until 1 p.m. 1 p.m. only. So please make sure you go and register to vote. And then later, after 1:30 today, all day today, and all day tomorrow, you will have time to submit your choices. Now, we're talking about sustainable growth, sustainability. We believe that one of the critical functions that must be sustainable is governance. We also believe that government is you. And therefore, any voting must be open to all, must be fast, convenient, definitely affordable, and secure. But most importantly, going back to our own experiences not that long ago in 2020, it must be indisputable. And this is what we are trying to do. Next slide, please. To disrupt this particular industry, we believe that $15 billion spent on just 2 races, congressional and presidential, in 2020 is a bit of an overkill. So the way to change that and make it more sustainable and acceptable is what we are trying to pilot today. Next slide, please. So the problem that really exists today, and many of you are in government and in the elections industry, is that no existing remote ballot return system is fully open source, fully decentralized, and, very importantly, none is compliant with the requirement, legal requirement, of permanent separation of voter affidavit, voter name, and voter bulletin, the choices, the selection of the voter. So we believe that that fact severely limits the use of mobile voting in the world, thus preventing governments from including the most people that are possible into the elections. And we believe that that's a must. Everybody who has the right to vote should have the opportunity to do so, even without the need to go to the polling station. My mother is 93 years old. She's a US citizen. She wants to vote, but she's unable to go to the polling station. So what? She's not going to express her vote anymore? No way, said we, and designed something that's coming. Next, please. All right, so the system that we designed is end-to-end decentralized for now in its core functionality. So the actual vote is 100% on-chain and therefore immutable. It is using a mathematical wonder called zero-knowledge snarks technology. It is run, and this is very important, on linearly scalable blockchain. We understand that to allow this country to vote, we need, 300 million users doing it simultaneously? No existing blockchain can do that today, right? Except the ones that can be scaled to any size using the increased number of people who are called validators to be able to support that number 300 million or more. So we're proud to be one of those blockchain networks which are linearly scalable and today demonstrate more than 50,000 smart contracts executions per second with a network finality of under 1 second. In fact, block generation time, for those who are technical, is 0.2 seconds, something that is very, very hard to achieve, only possible on Rust nodes validators. Anyway, we're also 100% compliant with that legal requirement of permanent separation. We're even better than that. We don't separate anything. We just don't know how people vote. We can prove they did, but nobody knows how. So it's actually better than the law prescribes. We are also, the vote is also 100% open source. Anyone can go, look at the code, audit. If you find any bugs, we'll pay you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you find any errors or bugs, please come to me, and you will get rewarded for any. Good luck on that, too. And very important, we have a free software license. So any one of you, for free, can go and use. Now, this is back-end only for the moment. The front end, we didn't have time to do fully decentralized. So we asked our partners, a company called Nephi Club, to help us with the front end. So the web application that you will see and hopefully use today is centralized for now, right? The voting itself is decentralized completely. The way you get to blockchain for now is centralized. Something to be changed, we call it full E2ED functionality later this year. For now, we are end-to-end decentralized core functionality. That's the voting itself. Next, please. And the process is extremely simple. Anybody can schedule an election. We call it the organizer. The organizer has to collect the voters list created, which is what we're doing today by asking you all to go to devoteusa.com, register, and then vote. And then voters submit their ballots. At the moment, it's a public process, right? Somebody asked me whether we can do it private. And the answer is yes, it can be done. So if you, for example, want to have a permissioned blockchain to run for your, let's say, corporate elections or country club elections or your condominium association elections, sure, we can help you and make that vote private. And then at the end of the vote, the organizer tells us the results, again, based on blockchain, 100% transparent, traceable, auditable, whatever you need, and then he or she will have the results ready. Next one, please. The technology, as I said, is free. It's available. We are inviting you to audit, study, question, challenge, whatever you want to do. Here's the link on GitHub. All of you can use. Next one, please. A few words about the roadmap. It's an incredible story. Some of you know that MIT and Harvard researchers published in famous now paper in November 2020, the first of series, that criticized the use of blockchain in elections. Now, our community couldn't agree with the conclusion, even though some of the points brought by them were valid, but we disputed that. And so we ran a contest for best theoretical model to dispute that. That was done. And then in the 2021, almost the whole year, our team was working the zero-knowledge voting protocol. And this is what took the most time, was very expensive, and it's done now. Now, once that's done, we were able to prepare for this event. So as you see here, May 2022, we're running a pilot test today. And then we still have some work to do to allow for 100% end-to-end decentralization, not just the core, but actually the whole process, so that you are on blockchain immediately using your crypto wallet, we hope. And that is expected later this year. Now, Priya mentioned today the issue, or there was actually very much on the agenda, the national issues as they related to voting. How can you limit properly those who participate and maybe those who organize and validate to your national borders if you have to, right? So certain solutions, certain work still has to be done on that, so we have it scheduled for, again, later this year, so that one country can do that, right? There's a certain way to limit the location of validators to using geotargeting to a particular geographical location, say continental US plus Alaska, whatever, or any European country or any other country that is needed. And so once that's done, we're really hoping for the disruption of the industry to start. So we believe that there will be people that will come and ask us to help and introduce and implement those technologies, probably in the US first, and then in some other countries. We're also hoping for GBA to be very much part of that. They've been incredibly supportive of this process from the very beginning. Next, please. So why it's now? Because we really finished the MVP. Right, so it's working now. We can use it today. We have core functionality, which is decentralized. That's very important. And of course, this event allows us to really speak to the public out there to make sure that we introduce this as well as something that we have already piloted and tested. Next one, please. Some helpful references. There's some literature that is widely quoted and widely used. Please note that we refer not only to the camp of supporters of the use of blockchain in voting, we also very much work with the opponents. In fact, one of the initiatives under GBA guidance would be to, for the first time in history, I think, to put all the key proponents and all the key opponents of the use of blockchain in elections at one table. And in fact, very recently, this group, again, Gerard, hat goes off to you, published a document that hopefully shortly will have signatures from representatives of both camps. What a change from that MIT time where the group was very polarized, okay? And next slide, I believe, is just a thank you note. I don't know if we have time for questions now. If any, I can probably answer. If not, devoteusa.com. Beautiful art show next door to view and make your selections. And please make sure you submit your votes by close of business tomorrow so that we have time to tally and then announce on the last day, I believe at 3 p.m., there will be a rewards ceremony. You will be amazed at the beautiful trophies that the art team prepared. So make sure you're there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eugene. I got to tell you just a little bit about Eugene. He doesn't share this very often, but you'd be amazed at the people that are part of this community. And just tell you something about Eugene. So Eugene grew up in Russia, right? Went to some of the best schools, got into accounting, and I'm going to share your story because I think people need to hear it. And did very well. And got to the point where he was managing money for many of the oligarchs, people that you're hearing about now with their yachts being seized, and was very close to the top level of society there. And when Russia went into Crimea, he said, "I can't be a part of this." So he came to the United States, and he's a citizen. And then he heard about this. There's this little, this new kind of thing going around. It's kind of like it's like a token. It was called a Bitcoin. You probably heard about it. And when he found out about it, he found out about blockchain, got the decentralization bug. And seeing what centralization looks like in an extreme, right, became a passionate, oh, there you are, you're sitting right there, became passionate about decentralization. And got involved with the community. You guys have heard of Telegram, right? It's a very secure system. Well, when those folks were thinking about putting a token and putting that on a blockchain, guess what? Folks at the SEC and in Russia weren't really too thrilled about it. So they started putting some pressure. I'm not going to get into the details, but they put a lot of pressure on those folks. And the folks who had built a global community, right, they were getting now because they were talking about things like decentralization, when the government came after them on both sides, they threw their hands up and they said, screw this, we're open sourcing the entire project. So it then went to a global, open source, decentralized, autonomous organization with thousands of developers building out projects. And Eugene is one of the folks that is a leader in the decentralization space. So thank you for your contributions to this space. All right, so that gets me to my talk. I'm going to tell you a little bit about where we came from, where we are, and where we're going, and I want to ask you for some help. Okay, so it was 2016, 2017. We had a little meetup going in the DC area, and I was faced with an integrity challenge. And to make a long story short, I was traveling to places in China, and I was uncovering some corruption that might shock you. And as I started to not be okay with it, things got harder and harder and more difficult, to the point that at one point I didn't know if I was going to get out of the country alive. And if we had enough time for beers and over drinks, I'll tell you the gory details. Now I can laugh about it, but back then it was challenging. Anyway, one time I was held for 3 days in conditions that were a little less than 5-star, if you can use your imagination. Anyway, when I came back here and reported it to the authorities here, right, they were connected, the result was I lost my entire business. So I found myself in my late 50s with no career, right? We put some kids through school. They essentially had no money, but I had this little meetup, right? We had about 40 people meeting in a restaurant. And I said, well, I got to make this thing work. So from that point forward, my wife and I worked close to 6 a.m. till 2 a.m. Monday through Saturday to get GBA off the ground. And today we have about 120 chapters around the world. We've got 50 working groups. I'll tell you a little bit about it, but I'll tell you what drove me at the time. There are lots of meetups, right? And what I found was that a lot of people were excited about this technology, but there were no projects, right? And I knew that this thing was going to be big in government, right? But the only folks that were doing anything was IBM and Deloitte. They were pretty much in Wall Street and Silicon Valley. There was no way for a guy with no money. I didn't know anything, didn't have any relationships. I didn't know what to do. But I knew this was going to be big. So I said, if I can just bring people together, if I can bring people in government that have requirements, and I can bring people in the private sector that have solutions, if I can bring them together, they're smart enough to figure it out, and maybe I can just help. So we developed sort of the mantra of connect, communicate, and collaborate. And so I'll share a little bit with you about how that looks today. So if you go to the gbaglobal.org website, GBA has members today in about 500 different government organizations, right? If you just kind of look at the screen, you can kind of get a sense. And these are government organizations at the local, state, national, and international level. They started here in Washington. They've gone as far as we got a chapter in Moscow. We got people that work for the city of Moscow. We've got people in Beijing, all through Africa, India. We don't have any in Antarctica, but we are talking about putting a node in outer space. So that's our space working group is looking at. But if you think about this, these are not organizations that are part of GBA. These are organizations where GBA members work. Because what we want to do is create a fabric of relationships, right? We want to create a fabric of relationships, of people, and of technology. We're kind of behind the curve on our technology piece. We had launched a project. It had stalled. We're going to build that. We're going to come back to that. That's called the GBBP, the Government Blockchain Business Platform. And the goal of that project is to create interconnected blockchains that essentially are serving government public functions, right? And have them interconnect so that if you're an 8A and you're applying for 8A status, you don't have to go to 12 different government agencies in order and fill out the same information, right? There's so many things we can do to streamline government by just having decent interoperability. So what happens is anybody in government joins GBA for free, right? And then we invite them to working groups. And what happens in the working groups is folks in the public, they come and they say, here are the solutions, here are the problems we're trying to solve. And the people in the private sector say, here's our solutions, here's our white papers, here's our demos. And we bring them together so that they can solve it outside of the typical RFP process, which generally has a lot of small business and more innovative folks locked out, right? We've done that. And let me just tell you about some of the projects. One of the projects that we have is the very first blockchain credit union in the world. Why is this important? If you organize as a credit union, you are excluded from SEC jurisdiction. That always gets a couple heads to turn, right? Because if you look at the credit union legislation, it says that a credit union is, it has a field of membership, so it's permissioned. It is a nonprofit, so it's decentralized. And it has to make decisions via a survey of its members. We call that consensus. So if you read the NCUA legislation, you would think that you're reading a blockchain white paper. And so when we went to the NCUA and talked about this, they said this completely changes everything. And we're working with them. In fact, you'll hear from Kyle Hopman, the vice chair of the NCUA. The project that we have hits two of his three top priorities. And we're literally creating a template for other blockchain projects to be able to organize as credit unions so that they still have to do AML, KYC. You can't be fraudulent or corrupt. But it takes you outside of that jurisdiction, and it opens so many doors. That's one of the projects. The other project we're doing, and I'm going to try to be quick because I know we're short on time, is the blockchain maturity model. Let me explain about this. There's lots of you in the room that have very innovative blockchain solutions. The problem with getting that into an enterprise or a government is that most of the acquisition officials don't have the knowledge or the framework to be able to assess a good one from a bad one. Are there any bad ones out there? Any hype blockchains? Yeah. So because they don't do that, guess what? They're always going to pick IBM or Deloitte or somebody that's got a trust. And what are they going to do? They're going to sell them their DLT and say, hey, this is blockchain. Right? So we've created this framework, and what this framework, we've worked on this for 2 years now. And what this framework does is it evaluates a blockchain along 11 different areas, right? And in those 11 areas that you can see on the screen, we break it down into 5 levels. So you can use this model to see if is a solution ready for research and development funding, right? Is it ready to be deployed as a proof of concept? Is it ready to go into a production environment? Is it ready to go into an enterprise or a global rollout? And not only does it give the acquisition officials a way to be able to assess the solution, it gives solution providers a roadmap on how to mature their solution so their solution can be trusted by enterprise. And this all fits into the innovation showcase that we're going to do later, part of what GBA, so GBA wants to help folks in the blockchain community build blockchain solutions, have good ones, and being able to sell and propagate those to people in government who have real needs but don't know what this solution can do. And when we bring things from the voting industry, from the healthcare industry, from the supply, you'll hear about all of those different things and what people are actually doing and how we're connecting those dots. But there's more. Oh, and incidentally, on Friday, in addition to this, we've built a full assessment model, right, so that people can get certified. We're actually beginning to train assessors. Our very first lead assessor is the CIO of the United Nations pension benefit blockchain, right? So we've got phenomenal people working on this, and I wish I had more time to tell you about this project. In addition to that, we've got the blockchain maturity profile. So our tax working group actually put this together. This is a tool set to help public policymakers understand the speed, trajectory, and velocity of blockchain, of cryptocurrency adoption and the impact it has on government. So they got together and they put together this 138-page report. I wish I could, the executive summary is 12 pages. It was put together by the finance minister of Croatia, data scientists in Germany and Australia. In fact, Angelica here has been involved in that process, worked a long time. We use a goal question metric methodology, which says, what are the public policy goals? What are the questions we have to ask to address those goals? And what are the metrics we need to capture in order to answer those questions? And so, as you can see, it's a very heavy data-driven report. We got data from block explorers, financial reporting systems. Phenomenal piece of work. And so this working group then had an opportunity to go brief legislators, administrators, people all over the world, radio stations, podcasts, media. So part of what we want to do is help educate the public sector, but create opportunities for GBA members to promote what they're doing. We've got a YouTube channel. Incredible people on the YouTube channel. Jim Moran, he's a former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, which is essentially they spend all the government's money. This guy right here, Daryl, are you in the room? Daryl Hubbard, really big in the central bank digital currency space. But I got to tell you, my favorite guy up here is a guy by the name of Dr. Bob Brown. I wish I could tell you about Dr. Bob Brown. I don't have time. Ask me about him if you see me in the hallway. We do recurring events. So this is an opportunity where we get GBA members to engage with people in government and the public sector on a whole wider range of issues. And then that brings me to this conference. So everything we do is designed to help people in this community connect with government, help people in the government understand the technology and grow. So we actually are here to support you, right? You know, people always come to me and say, hey, do this for GBA, do this for GBA. No, that's not why we're here. Listen, I'm not very good at it, right? But we are pretty good at trying to support others. It's just, but it puts us in a bind. And let me explain the bind. And that bind is, you know, we've always been free for the public servant, and our goal and our hope was that the private sector would fund it, would help take care of it. And we've built an incredible engine. We just don't have a whole lot of gas. All of this stuff is put together on volunteer efforts. And so I'm going to make an appeal to you to do two things. One, join us. We are a group of people, and our goal is to impact the world in a very positive way. Look, if you're a creep, right, or don't have ethics, don't join us, right? We've got a really strong ethics statement. But if you are somebody that really wants to make a positive impact in the world, we need your help. We need your time, we need your leadership, and we need your money, right? This event, for example, we were probably a little bit ambitious, but we're way out over our skis. And at 6 p.m. last night, I was told that if I didn't come up with $50,000, that the doors wouldn't open this morning, right? A little stressful at my house, right? We're still not out of the woods, right? I told everybody the doors would open, we would find a solution. Well, we've got another deadline today of 3 p.m. Right, I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is. It's a big number. But if everybody can do a little, they can do a lot, whatever, we will overcome that. Right? We will overcome it, regardless of what any individual in here does. We will find a solution. But we really need your help. And so if you want to be part of this, then I would say two things. One, come let me know if you can do anything. We can send you a link to help out. And then we want to invite you, for those of you that want to be part of helping us pouring gas into this engine, then we want to invite you to a leadership that we're going to do this evening to really talk about where we go in the future, right? But we need people with gas to be able to help us, right? And so I'll leave it there. And I'm sorry I went over, but I had to kind of get through this piece. It was critical to the whole success of the event. So with that, I will leave you. Thank you very much. Rob, the floor. Oh, Bryant, the floor is yours.
Okay, so we have a panel now coming up. This is going to be a panel that is chaired by Commissioner John Bowdry. Alexander Sewell will be on it, and Les Atkins. If you could come up. I don't have the mics. Do we guys? Oh, they're already there.
Here's what I'm doing this morning. No, I feel like I'm at church. I'm like, hey, is everybody? No, you're right. Amen. That's right. Definitely glad to be here, to be in the house with the rural blockchainers, people who understand that what is technology's mission, if not to improve the human condition, and understanding the heart that underlines the tech. Because one thing that is essential that we understand is that Technology always changes, but human beings never change. Amen? I'll start off with that. Greetings. I am Miami-Dade County Cryptocurrency Chairman, Elijah John Baudre, also known as Blockchain Baudre of the BitPoint. And it is my extreme honor to be here and to share with such esteemed individuals as well. And so I get to be the moderator, which will be our guest. We'll be able to show you and explore from their experience and some of the questions we've asked that will come from a base of, even if you're not a blockchainer, you probably have these questions, and our amazing speakers are able to really explicate it for you and show from a personal side. But before we get into that, I'll just say a couple of words. Definitely give a big shout out to GD, Gerard Daché, and all the leadership of the GBA. Is definitely an important, essential organization, especially now. The financial system of this country is a house of cards built on a mound of sand. The blockchain is a meteor that has crash landed into the economic oceans of this world. There are people that you say that you love. You see them walking out to shore, ogling at the shiny shells, the easily flop fish for them to pick up as the current unnaturally recedes from the beach. We, standing on the rock of the blockchain, we see this, beckon them to come back in, knowing that there's a tsunami that is coming and is hurtling ever closer toward it. We're truly peering over the precipice of a paradigm, preparing to pioneer a new path, realizing that our physical world can only be accepted as first, and that our digital reality can no longer be denied at last. These tectonic transitions caused by technology's position have the prodigious potential to transform every tier and class. So we've been entrusted this vision, so that with prudent decision, we all may be multiplied by this immutable math. That's why, as the chairman, I solemnly swear to always espouse to emulate the benevolent idioms of this beautiful, immutable ledger. All power to everyone, overpower to no one. So help me God. Thank you. With that, I want to open up our first question. Thank you. Turn it over to our speakers here. We'd like to, I guess, the first question is the blockchain. We're here talking about economic sustainable growth. And so I'll make it kind of broad, but we know it's very specific. How, and I guess we can open up for both, how will the blockchain help us to sustain our economic growth for the future? And what ways have you seen it used and will be used that will be beneficial?
Thank you. Absolutely. Hi, guys. My name is Alexander Schul. I'm one of the co-founders of Rome Blockchain Labs. My company actually builds decentralized finance technology. So we build both on-chain and off-chain solutions for everywhere from retail users all the way up to enterprise. And that kind of leads perfectly into the first question. One of the things that I see blockchain resolving in terms of the financial sector is a pretty important challenge, and that's actually accessibility to finance for pretty much everybody, right? Almost more people in the world have access to the internet than they do a stable bank account. It's relatively difficult, actually, outside of the developed world to gain access to a meaningful financial system. Blockchain, via decentralized finance and even centralized exchange to a certain degree, actually solve that problem. All of a sudden, people who have a cell phone, people who have a laptop computer, and a little bit of cash can actually begin investing and trading in a way that's relatively straightforward. Right now, not at all. It's pretty hard to get into crypto. But blockchain is actually opening up the potential for people around the world to actually make a meaningful difference in their financial futures.
So my name is Les Atkins. I'm the president and co-founder of a company called Digital Gift. What we're looking at blockchain for, what I'm seeing is everything that Alex said is 100% dead on. But one of the big things we're noticing about blockchain is in the gift card industry specifically, there's a ton of fraud, right? So with blockchain, that also takes some of that fraud away. It allows applications, apps, businesses organizations to follow the money trail, so that you've heard these stories in the news about laundering money and things of that nature. It actually stops that, because we know every step of the way where that transaction, that money is going. So I think blockchain is really helping to secure both private and public networks. And you just heard about the gentleman that spoke about the devote on this morning. Was it actually creates a private entity or a wall per se that allows you to secure whatever you're building on blockchain.
Most interesting, definitely. I know in Dade County, we're looking at a number of solutions in blockchain, and really kind of doing an experiment as pioneers for that space. And one of the other, I know the words crypto, blockchain, Bitcoin, they kind of swirled around, and people really kind of understand exactly the relationship to them. And I tell them it's kind of like the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. It's three, but they're one. And then you hear this thing called NFTs. How will these kind of divergent technologies, how do you see the application of things like NFTs and more practical applications of government going forward?
I'll start with the NFTs, and I'll let you do the other.
Go for it, yeah.
So on NFTs, what we're seeing is kind of because of NFTs, right now it's art that you're going to be voting on today, right? Those type of things. And it's different. That's where it started. So I'd recently read an article on Vox that started with, and I wrote it down, that started with the statement, crypto is a solution in search of a problem or problems, right? So NFTs, I think where that's going to be headed is, you can use an NFT for your home, for your house deed, right? You can use an NFT for legal documents. And so I think that's where that's headed on the NFT side. Even digital wallets are getting to the point where they're storing things like crypto and NFTs. And because it's built on blockchain, it protects those. It's a secure wallet. So it kind of replaces your wallet that you have in your back pocket, right? So I think that's where we're headed with NFTs. I think we're going to see a lot of big changes with NFTs, and the technology is going to stay the same, but we're going to see a lot of different things get into and become NFTs other than just art.
Yeah, and to lead off that, I think one of the most exciting applications for at least ERC 721 NFT technology in the manufacturing space is things like quality control, for example, right? When you look at how batches are made for either cosmetics or healthcare supplies, you typically use like a QR code or a barcode where you scan a batch of chemicals, came from this place on this date, shipped over here, right? Problem with that is that you actually run into one of the challenges that all data storage solutions have, which is corruptibility, is the ability to maintain the integrity of that information itself, right? Well, if we were to create relatively inexpensive and straightforward NFTs on a batch of, let's say, Tylenol, for example, right? We could track the date, the location, the manufacturer, the lab tech who verified the results, all the way from inception of raw material up through that specific pill bottle that you received based upon those NFTs. When you can expand that outwards to include food, to include even actual services itself. So when was medication administered? When all these things can be woven into a blockchain, you resolve a lot of those hiccups that you find that are just parts of human error in data storage. If I recall correctly, we were talking before about what's the difference between blockchain, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, to kind of give us a solid foundation to all build off of, right? So contrary to popular belief, cryptocurrency and blockchain don't necessarily go hand in hand. The concept for blockchain actually came out in the late 90s. People were looking at better understanding how exactly can we publish documentation on the internet and know that the original document has been non-tampered. So for example, if we want to share a book or share a report, how do I know that this is integrous? Well, they actually began using something called hashing functions, which I'm sure most people I've heard of before. You've probably heard of the term hash rate for the Bitcoin network. I won't get too technical into it, but to keep it straightforward, essentially blockchains utilize a service called a hashing algorithm, where I can take an input, letters, numbers, an alphanumeric string, I can put that into a mathematical function, and irrespective of how long that input is, I always get a randomized output that's the same length. So I can put in the word door, I can put in, the doors over there, I can put in the whole preamble of the Constitution into a hashing function, I get the same length. What's interesting about that is that if I change one letter or one digit of that input, I actually radically shift the output of that hash. So if I know the original document has a certain hash to it, if anybody changes anything, then I know exactly that this is not the original document. Well, if you can package all of these hashes into a block of code, right? And then you can run those hashes through the same hashing function, what do you get? You get kind of a meta hash, a hash on top of a collection of other ones, right? You've created a block of information that if anything, anywhere in any of these documents changes, you know is invalid. Well, if you take that kind of meta hash, that header, and then you input that into a second block, you can now link the first block with the second block, right, into a chain. So if one thing changes on either of these blocks, the whole network becomes invalid. You've essentially created a blockchain. So this is how blockchain operates in a very simple fashion. So if you don't mind me, keep going, Les. Where exactly cryptocurrency comes from is that you can actually utilize a tokenization system or coins, right, that represent an incentivization for people to host this service anonymously, right? If the idea of digitally secured information is fantastic, right? You're going to get a couple hardcore people who love to do that, but most people want to be paid, right? We all got to make a living. So how do you do that? Well, you just emit a coin every time a block is confirmed in exchange for some useful work done. So they store the data, they go through a bunch of consensus mechanisms and Sybil resistance mechanisms that we won't get into as well. We'll kind of keep this light. But in essence, you can actually pay people to secure information, which is what Bitcoin does. Bitcoin is a system whereby transaction information finance is secured randomly, comparatively speaking, across an anonymous network, right? So that's the blockchain, that's cryptocurrency. And what was the last one? Was it Bitcoin, I think we were looking at? Bitcoin is just a version of this system, essentially. And it gets far more complex when you add smart contracts and subnets and such on top. But hopefully that was a pretty good foundation introduction to how blockchains operate.
No, that's actually perfect. And I really appreciate you sharing that base and giving that quick primer. A lot of times, even when talking about blockchain, you have to have two speeds. Either you can talk with the nerds and really talk about space, or you have to really talk from the low. So that's a good way to help us transition over, and really is a great segue into our next conversation point, which is, I think you touched on it briefly. Do you feel like wallets? That's a good point you put. Before, people would talk about barcodes. Nobody knew what a barcode was. But you say, hey, barcodes are going to take over, barcode this is going to be in barcodes. And then now it is, right? And now, so I suppose I wasn't around really when that came up. So I suppose the similar thing with NFTs. They hear NFTs. What is that? And now we're here at the Government Blockchain Association. How does that integrate into the government? So do you feel like wallets will be used as like the new ID, a social security number, state driver's license? Why or why not? And what are some pros and cons for this?
So one of the things that I don't know if any of you watch the Android or Google dev conferences or iOS dev conferences. Apple is coming up in June, but Android's already had theirs. And if you missed it, one of the big pushes they have is a digital wallet platform. So any organization can go into, through their API, go into their platform and build a wallet for like hospitality, and airlines are jumping on this, right? So you have your own private wallet. Where I see wallets going now, I mean, crypto wallets, for example, there's a ton of them out there. But right now, you can buy crypto, you can invest crypto, you can watch it go up, you can watch it go down, and then you can reinvest it in crypto. One of the future things that I see happening is, again, going back to, crypto is looking for a problem to solve, is I think the future, which is not that far off, are digital wallets that are going to allow you to make actual transactions. Because at the end of the day, we can talk about the technology, we can talk about how the deep end, and I know I'm at a GBA conference for global blockchain, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't work for the average consumer, the average American or worldwide citizen, right? Then they're going to be like, it's just a fad. Or it goes up and, wow, have you seen in the news what happened? you have to make it to a point. So I think that's where kind of the wallets are going, to replace that wallet that's in your back pocket. And to answer the specific question, yes, including your license number, your ID, it'll be your personal identification, as well as storing things like crypto, discount cards, loyalty cards, gift cards, and NFTs. So you've got to get to that point where it's practical to use. And right now, all the wallets, even Coinbase, just came out with their own wallet to make it easier. But if you've tried to, if you have money in Coinbase and tried to move it to their Coinbase wallet, it's not intuitive, right? It's not intuitive. So I think that's where the digital wallets are going to be headed.
Very exciting. Very exciting, actually. That is true. I remember when apps came out, it was like, oh, you got to get an app. You got to get an app. And people were like, oh, what are apps? And now it's pretty commonplace. And that leads into our next question, is talking about, and you hinted on this, what needs to be done from us in here and from the broader community that we represent to help really strike the psychology of this country regarding this technology. A lot of times we try to placate, try to appease people to say, hey, I know you hear it's called crypto, blockchain, but it's not from aliens. It's right here on Earth. Right? It's just the new way, the better way to do something that we've always done. Right? So what kind of things do you think would need to take place before people say, oh, okay, I'm with this blockchain thing?
Yep.
Really quick, and I'll give it to the rest of you. Because it fits into one of the things I read about this article, and again, I wrote it down. And some of you are going to cringe at this. I'm just warning you now in advance. But it says, we have to stop trying to think that crypto as a whole is ever going to matter to everyone, right? So I think an answer to that question is, how do you get the psychology around it? You make it so it's usable for their everyday practices, and you show them that it's not scary. And the big thing, what's the biggest thing right now? Privacy, fraud, security, right? You show them how the blockchain can secure their personal information, their credit cards, their current cryptocurrency, their fiat currency, right? You show them that from a psychological, because if, I think I was talking to somebody today, and I can't remember the exact conversation, but we were talking about how does it get adopted? Is it a top-down? Well, I've been in technology for many, many years. And if a CTO or a CIO says you have to do this, then the workforce rebels. Then they say you got to do it or we're going to fire you. And they still rebel. So what happens? They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a system that ends up in a closet because the company didn't work. I think that's kind of the same focus on where this is going. So psychology is, we can't force government. We can't force individuals. So we have to show them how it's going to make their lives better, or make the government better, or run smoother and more efficient and more effective.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that one of the real key factors to facilitating the adoption of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology overall for the average person is actually to really take the specific technologies out of their hands. And I mean this in a very sincere way, right? When I go to my mobile wallet on my PNC account or to my credit card account, I don't have to know how exactly the bank records and transactions, saves all my information, right? I just got to know that when I want my money's there. And that if I want to pay for something, I can just pull up my card and use it, right? That's what most people care about. It's very easy for people, nerds like myself, to get super deep into how the tech works. But most people really don't have the time of day to care about that. They're busy taking care of their families. They're busy going to work. They're busy making their communities better. And even though we all know that blockchain will accomplish that for millions of people in very short order, there's a better way of going about it, right? So the easiest way of compelling large amounts of people, societies, to adopt this technology is to fundamentally demonstrate that the purpose of blockchain is to solve problems that affect their lives and their communities, right? We can keep accountability for corrupt officials. We can track where community funds are spent, how they're spent, who approved the transaction and issuance of it. That way, funneling funds out of a community bank account is essentially impossible. Or if you do it, you know that you'll get caught, right? We can keep track of companies in the area, make sure that taxes are being paid properly, make sure that what's recorded by the IRS is actually maintained there openly and legally. Not openly, but verifiably via actually ZK rollups or ZK snarks are very good technology for that. Once people understand why blockchain is important, the how and the what will really fall into place. It's where people like us come in and we actually propose those solutions. But until people can actually show or understand that this is going to have a meaningful impact on your life, adoption is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Sure, I'll allow you. Go ahead, Draw. You got the floor. 2 minutes.
No. Hey, I got to tell you how awesome this is, right? This is the government, right? Miami-Dade County government asking folks in industry, hey, tell me all about this blockchain thing, right? Right. Now, oftentimes, you'll get folks in government on the panel, and we will have some, right? But this is exactly what we're trying to foster, right? We're trying to foster conversation between and I want you to take some time. How are we doing on time, Rob?
11:20.
All right. All right. I screw up everybody's time. I'm sorry. But I want you to take a minute or two to talk about what you're doing in Miami-Dade County, because they need to hear about it. But this is exactly the kind of conversations that we need to have. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you for the transition.
Thank you,
actually. You're exactly right, GD. Because actually, I was going to address that too. I'm a humble servant. I'm a humble servant and a learner for blockchain. I don't have a wife. I don't have a kid. I don't have a job. All I do is crypto and blockchain policy. So this is an honor for me. This is an honor for me. Thank you. Thank the GBA for letting me be up here just to be around you guys. All right, because I feel it in my spirit. And so when you said, when you proposed that question, if it's top down or if it's bottom up, and about a CTO, that proposed it painted a picture for me. Because in addition to being the chairman for cryptocurrency for Dade County, I'm also the author for the resolution for the Miami Blockchain Board. I'm also the author for the state of Florida Virtual Assets and Digital Currencies Bill legislation. I'm also the author for Dade County Crypto Payments Policy. And right now I'm building the outline for the pilot program that we're going to have in Dade County, making Miami-Dade County the first fully integrated crypto blockchain county in America. I know, as you all know, the eyes of history are upon us right now. Everything we say, everything we do, all our interactions, we are building the fabric of the future. And I take that deadly seriously. To that question, top down or bottom up, this is something that we've been pushing for, trying to evangelize, trying to talk to anybody we can, and setting up the stage, creating the condition to receive the blockchain. When you hear Miami, how many of you have heard that Miami is the crypto capital of country or something like this? Somebody made it like that. A person, people made it that way. It didn't just happen. And so now, understanding that government is more of a behemoth than even a company, right? Knowing that there's certain points, certain things you have to do to push forward. One of our biggest things is in integration. We have the cryptocurrency payments process, which is the tip of the spear, but the first tip, right? And the next is the second phase for Dade County is the entire blockchain integration into all facets of the municipal structure. Blockchain for the sewer system, cryptographic ITs, land titles and title deeds on the blockchain. There's about 70 or 80 different companies that I'm in communication with because they want to get government data. This is the Government Blockchain Association. But there's no local government in America, and if it is, let me know, because I've been reaching out to them, that has integrated blockchain into their system. But there are approximately 38 federal agencies that are either looking at or using blockchain right now. Did you know that? This is happening, and we're the ones making it happen. And so with that, I just want to do that quick announcement what we're doing in Miami, but then also open it up to the crowd, because I'm sure you guys have some challenging questions or some things you want to know from these experts. What do you guys feel? Any question that you guys have regarding the integration of blockchain into the government and how you can best be a catalyst for it. So with that, I will kind of open up to the crowd. And gentlemen, if you guys want to help me, anything you can have specifically for Dade County is, as far as our pilot program. Oh, and in our pilot program, actually, just remember, so I wrote the program for evaluating or bringing on different crypto payment systems. And the next one with blockchain integration is going to be much more expensive. And so I was kind of scratching my head, and this is my chief of staff, Nadine. And so she's always there. We're going back and forth. I'm like, man, I have to write this whole system. How are we going to evaluate all these different blockchain? And then one day I get a call from Gerard. He's like, hey, you got time to talk? Sure. He's like, hey, I don't know what you're doing, but we've got this thing called blockchain maturity model. And I'm like, what is blockchain? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. He's like, well, actually, it's going to be evaluation for enterprises that are in blockchain that want to go to the government. And I'm like, perfect. I'm like, perfect. I said, well, do you have any governments that you use? He's like, not yet. I said, perfect. Miami-Dade County will be the first government using blockchain, and the blockchain maturity model will be our integration point where we can actually have real comprehensive technical analysis of this as we move forward. Any other questions out there? Yeah, open? Because I can go on for days, so I'll try to stop myself. And Nadine gives me I'll just back up. But okay, well, if there's no other ones, I want to please get, okay. Yes, gentlemen.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, I mean, you're talking in general about blockchain, right? But I mean, there's not the blockchain, right? It's different blockchains having different tokenomics. And isn't it very crucial that you pick one with the right tokenomics? Because I think Alex explained it. Essentially, a cryptocurrency is kind of a necessity for blockchain. So if the tokenomics screws up, whatever, you have a high inflation rate or whatever, people need to constantly dump their tokens on the market to pay for expenses for running servers or whatever, so how do you select, I mean, like a blockchain, and how do you validate, maybe with a maturity model or so, which one would be suitable for different purposes? Like, for example, in your case, the government, right? Like, how do you make sure that the tokenomics, that aspect works?
Yeah, I think actually one of the things that really needs to happen is actually the divergence of the concepts of blockchain and cryptocurrency together, actually. Because for a lot of applications, cryptocurrency isn't actually necessary for usable and scalable blockchain technology. If I'm a healthcare provider storing patient records, right, and I want to have an encrypted, non-alterable ledger to actually keep those around there, I don't need a token. I need to have internal servers that can validate and permission who has access to that data and who can append that data. But fundamentally speaking, tokenomics kind of don't play a role. Now, there are other services like for enterprise data management, or if I'm using cross-border logistic paperwork management is another example. That would require a token. That would require people to pay it. I see him get the timeout back there. But fundamentally, I actually think that tokenomics is something that, in terms of government use of blockchain, doesn't necessarily have to play a role.
And I'll just plug the GBA use the blockchain model that he created. That would be the best way right now that I've seen out there to determine what's going to work for you.
Yeah, that was an excellent commercial for the blockchain maturity model, brought to you by the
Blockchain
Government Blockchain
maturity
Association.
This is actually for you guys, or even up in the audience to kind of resolve. My question is, how we spent so much time just for the real ID, right? We have that federal real ID that's rolling out, and it hasn't really happened, right, in each state, and it's kind of defragmented. Is it something that we can use on a blockchain using digital wallets now, not carrying, like you said, you guys had wallets with the digital real ID? Is that possible?
I will answer that question as a caveat. The easy answer is yes, that is possible. The harder answer is getting the adoption of the users in those governments to use it. So, I think he said his mom's 93, my parents are gone, but they were 82 and 84. They're not going to use it, right? So they barely can use these, and they don't want, some of them can, some of them don't, but you're never going to get 100% adoption. So you've got to get as much adoption as you can, but the bottom answer to your question is yes, it can do that.
Thank you, guys. So, I know. All right, excellent. Somebody said that once email came, that mail will go away. Mail is still here, but email is a thing. So we'll just keep that in mind as we go forward. But I want to thank all of you guys, and please give a round of applause for our speakers here.
Thank you, everyone.
Real pioneers in blockchain, and for the whole GBA. We thank you guys so much. Excellent apart, superior together. Blockchain now, blockchain forever. I'm Elijah John Baudre. Let's break the bits down.
Okay, so we actually had a small snafu in our scheduling, but what we have is Silvio is going to come up and talk about the NFT art show that is next door, and then we'll be exactly back on schedule in 4 minutes or 5 minutes with Amelia and her panel. Silvio.
All right, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, guys. So I'm not going to use the microphone, but Moon, if you want to. I'm loud. I'm Cuban. We have to be loud in our families to be heard. It's recorded. Moon, you want to come on stage? So I'm here to talk about, very quickly, my name is Silvio Pupo. I lead the Government Blockchain Association in Florida. I'm also working with Kelsey Moon over here on an impact NFT platform where artists can come together to basically use their art to create new revenue streams for themselves and for causes they care about. So the GBA team, where Moon has been directing this effort to put this art exhibition together for NFTs, we'll be going to different causes to help people all around the world. And thanks to everybody in the GBA, and here, Kelsey Moon.
Hi, thank you. It's good to be here with everybody. We have some really beautiful art in real life. Tangible things from Ukraine we'll be auctioning off on the 27th, which is going to be really exciting. And thanks to Eugene, a really amazing voting app. So in a couple hours, we will have all of the complete artwork up on these screens, and everyone will be able to participate. We also created a really special GBA 2022 collector's item NFT, so anyone who uses the Everscale app and the Devote app and participates in the show, you will get gifted a special collector's item NFT.
Surprise!
So that's really great.
And so that's a gift actually from Moon to everyone else. It's part of for the GBA. So that's cool. Make sure you claim your collector's item.
Absolutely, and we'll have NFTs showing up on different screens. Authentic Studios is one of our sponsors. They have the future of art displays, which is really, instead of having a painting in your house, it's like a framed TV screen, which is really amazing. So those will be set up soon, and some really amazing collector's items from Ukraine. So you guys can stop in and see that, and it'll be open for the next 3 days, and we'll culminate on the 27th.
So I think what's really key here, guys, is we're planning to get engagement for people that have different causes. We have things from schools in Ghana that we're supporting to build community centers focused on women. We have the United Nations Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, which we're supporting in Miami, and in the Great Barrier Reef, we're creating the first digital twin of a coral reef to really be able to gamify saving the corals, which, by the way, 2 out of every 3 breaths that you breathe come from the corals, by the way, not from forests. Those are the oceans of the lungs of the ocean. And just like that, there's like 30 other causes, right? So I just think it's really important for you guys to find out what's happening, get engaged, whether it's through art, whether it's through letting other people know, whether it's following on social media and reposting, whether you know artists that care about these things, that want to contribute, whether you know organizations that you care about that should know that this is a tool or mechanism for them. Get engaged. And one way that's easy to do so is look at the art, check out the QR code, stand by the end of the day, and when tomorrow everything is up and running and you guys will come and see the show, you'll be able to see the art, appreciate it, and also vote on what you think are your favorite categories for the art, and then, just take on the call to action and get involved. We really think that people can earn a lot of money, doing a lot of great things, supporting artists, supporting causes that they really care about. And so it's really great to have the GBA and Moon here sort of seeing that vision. Eugene, thanks for supporting us with the app and the voting things. The team, everybody's been working incredibly hard from India to Russia to the US and Latin America to Japan for this show to be able to be happening for you this week. So anyway, really excited to be here with you all, and thank you for your great work.
Thank you.
Give the microphone to you. All right.
So now we have a panel that is being led by Amelia Powers Gardner, and she is going to be, I'll let you introduce your panel. Please do. There we go.
So we have Carlos. Can you come forward as well? We have Kim, Carlos, and Tim. So our panel members, if you want to come forward. Do I see? Yeah. Okay. I will grab this. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? It may just be the three of us. That's okay. I hadn't seen Tim here yet this morning, but I was hoping he was here. So we're going to start. We're going to talk about legal framework and legislation and what things can happen, not necessarily on a national level, but more on a local level, so state and local. What things you can do to implement blockchain. So this is, if you want to try to rival Miami-Dade County, then these are some of the things that you can implement. So what we'll do is let's start, and maybe each of you can take a few minutes and introduce yourself and a really, really short synopsis of what you're doing in blockchain, because then we'll explore what you're doing a little bit further.
Well, thank you so much for having us. This is a great event. I'm Kate Lipper-Garabedian. I'm a state representative in Massachusetts, one of 160. This is my first full-year term. We have 2-year terms. We sit full-time. I'm a former 7th grade public school teacher in the Atlanta Public Schools. I grew up in Richmond, Virginia, moved to Massachusetts for love, and have been there ever since, working in education. Most recently as the chief legal counsel for our state secretary of education. Then became a state representative, and one thing I love about it is the opportunity for lifelong learning, thinking about all of the bills that I might file to support families in my district and across the Commonwealth. And so in doing research and thinking about that portfolio, I started seeing a lot of information about blockchain, cryptocurrency, was talking to people and asking, what's going on at the State House in this space? The answer was really nothing. So I filed a bill in January of 2021. It's on the move as our legislative session ramps up and then winds down in a few months. And then also in the fall started a caucus among House colleagues with a co-chair, the chair of the Labor and Economic Development Committee on blockchain technology. And we meet monthly with guests that we invite, both from government and certainly outside of it, as Boston has some of the larger blockchain technology companies in the country. And so I'm excited to dive into both of those initiatives, and I'm glad to be here with you all today.
Thank you so much, Kate. Carlos?
Great, thank you, Kate. So my name's Carlos Stone. I usually just say that I play a rep on TV. It's a bad joke, guys. So I come from Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Pawtucket was the home of the Industrial Revolution in the United States. And unfortunately, in the US, in certain areas, we still talk about certain things like it's still present, right? So Newport, Rhode Island, we still talk about the Vanderbilts like they live there. They don't. The breakers are empty. So what I try to do is I focus on economic development. A lot of people use token words or words that get attention, but there's no definition. And in government, I'm one of 75 in Rhode Island, and a lot of people will talk about we're going to stimulate the economy, and then what are you going to do? Well, we're going to help small businesses be able to sell, I don't know, a few more things every day. That's nice. It's cute. But that's not going to stimulate our economy. We got to do things that are very intentional. So in looking at all these things, a friend of mine said, you know, Carlos, you really have to look at this crypto stuff. It's really, this is the next thing. Stop thinking about crypto, like coins. Those are the websites. This is the internet. It's all over again. So think of the big picture. So I started looking into it, and I started thinking, okay, what can we do that would, we capture a moment, a need. Then we talk about how does that, where does it spur growth, and then you create the long-term sustainability. And so I'll wrap up with this because we'll go into that. It's my bill, I want to create a green coin. We have a shortage of housing in the United States. So that's the spark plug, the housing. We did an act on climate in Rhode Island that says we will be net zero by 2050. That's the engine. And then the sustainability piece is, right now, there's a lot of value in going green. There's a lot of value in opportunities and a lot of credits if you go green, whether it's state, federal, or UN certificates. How do you harness that into something? And I believe that the vehicle is a crypto coin of some sort that gets that value, and then you create the utility of being able to put that money back on the street, whether it be via charging stations, public transportation, or staking the fund and then utilizing to finance additional green projects.
Thank you, Carlos. So I realize I didn't start by introducing myself. My name is Amelia Powers Gardner. I am a county commissioner from Utah County, which is just south of Salt Lake County. It's the second largest county in the state. And my history with blockchain is we put marriage licenses on the blockchain in my county, as well as doing some voting on the blockchain. Any overseas or military members or people with disabilities have the ability to vote via blockchain. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But what's interesting about our panel here is, you know, I'm from the West, from Utah. We've got Rhode Island and Massachusetts. We've got a good geographic region. But I think what's great is that if we look at the local adoption of blockchain that all three of us are doing, it's all very different. So, and the value as we come together for this panel is you can look at what I've done in my state, what each of you have done in your state, and we can, I know that personally I'm learning from you two, and I can bring that back to Utah, and as well as any of you can bring these back. So in Utah this year, we had 3 bills in our legislature. And even though I'm not in the state legislature, obviously as a political subdivision of the state, we work very closely with our legislature. We created, you talk about a legal framework and terms and defining terms. A lot of people don't realize you have to define terms in law. And in this space, as it's growing so rapidly, those definitions need to happen. So some of our bills defined law, created a task force, which is different than yours, which I love the idea that we can change those, so we'll go into that in a minute. And then also, like Miami-Dade County, we've worked on creating the framework to accept cryptocurrency as payment. So maybe at this point, we'll kind of go through, and why don't each of you tell us what bill that you've sponsored and how that lays the framework for your state.
Okay, so as I mentioned, one of the bills that I filed this year would create a special commission to study blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. So, Amelia, it's so nice to meet you and Carlos to learn about states that may be a little farther along than Massachusetts. Frankly, I think we're a little behind. On the other hand, that's not always the worst thing. You can learn a lot and sort of pick up on what people have done really well. And certainly it's also the case that every state has a different legal framework, and some may be more antiquated and have more sort of barriers to entry than others. My sense is that some of the work that Wyoming has done, for example, in making some substantive adjustments to their laws, was necessary because companies really couldn't actually set up shop there. Whereas my sense is, from talking to my counterparts in Rhode Island, our legal framework already allows for some of this to naturally occur. We don't have those barriers to entry. So given that I'm not a don't have a financial background, I thought, as a teacher, what's the best way to sort of explore this and create an environment to appropriately support the ecosystem? Well, it's to get people in a room together to talk to each other, to understand use cases, to get a sense of how this is happening, whether we're at the table or not. And so the special commission bill that I wrote is similar to other bills that have successfully passed. It sounds like Utah may have had something like this. Arizona passed a bill just last year, and I've talked to the lead sponsor there about it, to set up these commissions. They meet, for my commission would meet for about a year, and it would be composed of 23 members from the legislature, appointees from the governor, from the cryptocurrency industry, as well as a blockchain company that has nothing to do with crypto, as well as from our higher education institutions. MIT produces the most blockchain graduates, I think, of any institution in the country. We don't retain them mostly in Massachusetts. That's also a problem. So, and then members from our Cannabis Control Commission. We have illegal marijuana in Massachusetts. That's an unbanked sort of enterprise. How would they interface with the expansion of cryptocurrency and blockchain in Massachusetts? Attorney General's office, law enforcement. So getting everyone at the table, meeting for a year, and then producing a report for people like me to understand where are there barriers that we need to address in our laws so that we can use blockchain technology for at least in three large ways. One is, how do we make government work better for people? Where can we deploy this technology so that the interactions people have with their government feel trusted, secure, and efficient? Critically important. Then, as government officials, how do we encourage economic growth broadly at a macro level, which is exactly, that really resonates with me what you were saying, Carlos, so that we are sharing with entrepreneurs that this is a good place to build your wealth and to share it then in the economy. And then finally, how do these two, the private and the public, interface with each other? So we have a Mass Tech Collaborative in Massachusetts. It's sort of an engine of innovation. It's identified blockchain technology as one of the key levers for economic growth in Massachusetts, but we're still in the nascent phase of all of this. So the commission really assist with identifying if there are statutory or regulatory impediments that are inappropriate that we need to modernize. We'll learn from our experts about that. If there are other ways that the state legislature or others can be supportive, we'll get some good direction in that way.
Thank you. I do have two questions real quick before we move on yours. So one, you talked about a broad swath of people that are represented on the commission. How did you come up with that list, and how would you encourage others if they wanted to create some sort of a commission for their state? What industries should they tap into, or what process did you use?
Well, you don't have to recreate the wheel. You can look at what other states have already filed. So I looked at what other states had done. There's the National Conference of State Legislatures. It's a great resource. They have a good landing page. Anyone can go and look, and they sort of provide lists of, bills that have been filed all around the country on different topics. So anyone can do that if you're curious. So certainly looked there, but then also thought about from our own legal framework. We talked about, the differences of what's legal in terms of marijuana use in our different states. And so I thought, well, the Cannabis Control Commission absolutely should have a seat at our table. That wouldn't be relevant in a state that doesn't have legal marijuana. And then it goes through a legislative process. So my bill got filed. It gets assigned to a committee. The state legislature just set up a new joint committee on cybersecurity, information technology. My bill got assigned there. I went and testified in support of the bill with Algorand, one of our largest blockchain technology companies based in Boston, as well as Cubic Labs, which is an incubator down in Quincy that's looking at lots of different use cases. They spoke out in support of it. Boston Blockchain Association, I know Mike Wise is here, came and supported it. My alma mater, UVA, picked up on it somehow, and someone from an incubator at UVA came and spoke in favor. Then through that process, the committee considered the bill and improved it, right? They added a few more seats that I hadn't thought of. So they added 3 additional seats that would be from the Secretary of the Commonwealth, which makes all the sense in the world. That's our Secretary of State overseeing elections. So it was really interesting to hear our earlier presentation. So, there's always room to add more seats. I also really wanted to encourage representation from our higher education institutions. We have a plethora of colleges and universities in Massachusetts. It's one of our largest industries. MIT obviously is a big one in this space. Making sure that they're at the table to also give us information was important.
That's great. So my second question about the commission, and you talk about that part of their role is to educate legislators. And just by a show of hands quickly, how many of you think that the lawmakers in your state or country really, truly understand blockchain well? All right, so exactly, there were 0 hands, right? So for those joining us remotely, there were 0 hands. So how does the commission educate?
Well, I think it really resonated some of the conversation in the last panel, because frankly, we don't have to educate on the behind the scenes technology component of it. What's really going to be critical is addressing some of the integrated themes that really matter to legislators. I don't know if you can I did present a couple slides that sort of showed some of the buckets that I think are really interconnected in ways that policymakers would really support. So that includes the use cases, showing how this technology or adopting and accepting digital currency can improve government would be critically important. And I can see that surfacing through the meetings and the report that would drive the work of the commission. There's also this very deep concern about cybersecurity and privacy. And so addressing that and reaffirming that this is definitely an option. My other priority bill this year is around student data privacy. Massachusetts is one of only 5 states that hasn't updated our laws around education records to acknowledge they're digital now, which is incredible. When I was a 7th grade teacher, nothing was done on the internet. I'm sort of dating myself. Now, when my 3rd grade son was learning during COVID, he was creating a data footprint that dwarfed what any of my students were doing in Atlanta every day, right? He was just presenting a lot. So talking about cybersecurity and the potential and the advantage here. Also, one thing that I also have really cared about deeply is around access and diversity and inclusion. So, there's a lot of power in discussing the unbanked and improving equity there. I also worry some, though, about a new industry and the degree to which there are barriers to access for people who are less sophisticated at the outset, and how do we address that to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be an entrepreneur in this space and to take advantage of the returns on the investment, right? So that's one of the charges also for this commission.
Perfect, thank you. So yours is really around education and bringing people together and collaboration. I think, Carlos, your application for your bill is much more specific, where it actually creates a token. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. So what I was thinking was, how do I create an opportunity for everyone? Sorry. And then how do I replicate? How can it be replicated? How do we create wealth? How do we break cycles of poverty? And how do we get enthusiasts and also professionals in the same space? And so, again, the shortage in housing. Oh, and then I started thinking, okay, how do we approach this in a safe way where we get a traditional approach and we create value that's going to be able to create the segue for this new approach and not make it intimidating, right? Because when people talk about crypto right now, especially after the last few weeks, it's crashing, it's burning, you see, it's a fraud, it's gonna die, right? And I like history. And I started thinking, how can I explain this? And so my question to people is, when was the last time you put oil in your lamp? Have any of you put any oil in your lamp? So but in the 1800s, Rockefeller made his fortune on Standard Oil, right? And then came Edison and said, no, we're going to light up the world with a flick. And then those who had the means would electrify their place, and we saw that if you look at the new, history, you'll see that a lot of places in New York burned down. But when was the last time you put oil in your lamp? We've electrified the world and we didn't go back. Right now, we are going through a similar situation. We're going where crypto's pushing and we see a stride and then it goes down and then it crashes and then it picks up again and whatever. And eventually, it's going to level off, and it's going to be just like electricity for the last 100 years. And so here we are right now at the precedent, at the onsite, all right, at the beginning. And so I said, how do we capture this moment? We all want to make our communities the it place, right? So I want to make Rhode Island the crypto, the Delaware of crypto. I want to make Rhode Island, because of our accessibility to Boston. We are a suburb of Boston, essentially, because we get a lot of people coming our way because their cost of living keeps going up. And so the shortage in America of housing is not particular, well, the shortage is not particular to Rhode Island. We're experiencing it everywhere. So I said, you know, banks like to finance real estate. Easy, right? They've been doing it forever. So I said, okay, how do we create a mechanism? Right now we have some ARPA money. For every dollar that we put up, let's get the banks to put up 3, right? So if we put up 25%, let's get them to put up 3. And we'll start, we start supporting this housing shortage. We start chipping away at it. Then that Act on Climate, it said we have to be net zero by 2050. So I started thinking, man, if we start doing solar panels or any other alternative way to get clean, green energy, and we do geothermal for heating and cooling, we've essentially decentralized utilities, just like we're decentralizing banks right now, right? Central banking. And so I said, oh, that'd be interesting to make the current utility secondary. And then I started thinking, well, if you are heating or cooling a home for a certain amount of time, let's call it 10 hours, and you're doing it through fossil fuels, there's a monetary investment and an environmental negative impact, right? And right now, if you go, and if you can do, let's say, geothermal and electric, and you're 100% green, then you would be doing a monetary investment, but environmentally positive impact, right? And you're not just net zero, you're negative net zero. That means you're going to reach your goals faster. And I started saying, well, that difference, there's value. And that value, the UN is certifying in entities. The feds are giving you credits. The state is giving you credits. And like, for example, we pay a little bit of our monthly electric costs. We pay in Rhode Island National Grid, which is now PPL, but a little bit goes there, and then they utilize it to continue to fund other green projects, whether it be efficiency or to be able to do your solar panels. So I started thinking, well, why couldn't we do that and create an alternative space? And so if we could capture those credits into a green coin, that green coin, now we say, okay, well, if you're going to take the mass transportation, so in our case, it's called RIPTA, or if you're going to jump onto the MBTA and commute, so publicly held public agencies, you can pay with your green coin. If you're going to go charge, one of the biggest challenges we face in the coming decade is we pay a gas tax to maintain our roads. Electric vehicles, as much as we love them, they weigh more than your traditional car. The battery pack weighs a lot. That means the wear and tear is going to be faster and greater on our roads, but those charging their vehicles aren't paying a gas tax. They're not paying a tax. So they're using the same roads, more wear and tear, but not contributing to the maintenance. So we have to figure that out. I think that this green coin can help for that. And then let's say you say, you know, I have the benefit of this green coin, it's building up in value, but I don't have a vehicle. I bike to work, or I walk to work, or I'm remote, I'm not commuting, I don't have a vehicle. What do? Well, let's stake it, let's pool it, and let's utilize those funds to continue to do green infrastructure, right? And so now, every time you do that, what I'm seeing is you're creating little green energy factories. Each property, each unit, each home is a factory of green credits. And those green credits is just perpetual, just keeps going. And every single property that you add to it just grows and grows and grows, more value, more utility, more outlets, more value, and it just becomes a cycle. And that's the plan. And then if it's adapted in other places, other cities, states, whatever, again, more utility, and it just keeps going, and it didn't cost you anything. That's the best part, because if I was going to put solar panels at my house, it was going to cost me $25,000 for like 25 years. So they came out to like $60 a month. It cut my bill in half. This geothermal is about $25,000 a unit roughly. Cut your bill in half. That means that not only are we doing good and we're creating green credits, I cut your cost of living as well in half. I cut your cost of living in part because you went from, let's say, a $300 bill in utilities down to half of that. That means you have more buying power and you have that money to go back into the community and spend it as you wish.
So it's a way to really capture the green initiative, utilize a housing issue, and really capture those green credits and allow people to utilize those green credits for things like transportation.
Absolutely, transportation, or if you're walking and you're building value, then you're going to get a return on investment on something that didn't cost you anything. Because you heat or cool your home every day and you use energy. And if you invest into something that's lessening your cost, it's essentially not costing you anything, right?
Right.
And then that extra money you're going to put into the economy. And on top of that, because you're doing what you were going to do anyway, you just switched it from traditional fossil fuel to this alternative use, you're gaining value, and that value didn't cost you anything. And you're going to get a return on investment on it as well, because we're going to help invest it to keep doing more projects. So whether you get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7%, whether you get 0.5%, it's money that is coming to you just because.
Yeah. So follow up 2 questions for you as well. One, how did your fellow legislators in Rhode Island take that? And number 2, how has the bureaucracy that would be over that, I mean, do they comprehend it and understand it? Like, what are your challenges there? And what was your reception?
And that's why I started with the oil question, right? People, when they feel uncomfortable, they start questioning, they start doubting, all of that. And I always tell people, when Elon Musk was talking about SpaceX, everybody was laughing at him, right? Everybody thought he was crazy. And now who's laughing his way to the bank? He is, right? Because he saw something that the rest of the people didn't see. And those of you who are here and those who are watching on TV or on the internet, you see that there's something that we can't touch it. It's not tangible, but it's there, and it's going to happen. And so when I started talking to my colleagues, they look at me and they're like, yeah, bro, like, I don't get it. It sounds cool, but you're going to waste your time. And we might be ahead of schedule, but I always say to them, when everybody's talking about crypto and blockchain, it's too late. It's like, have you heard the saying, here's a hot tip from Wall Street? That means everybody made their money, right? So you're the sucker who's going to buy it last and lose. I said, I'm talking about it now when none of you are talking about it, when very few people, when people are curious. So at the end of the day, to answer your question is, yeah, they're skeptical. Everybody's still thinking that this is like when Second Life came out, or one of those things that's just a fad, it's going to go away. And I'm saying to them, no, guys, this is here to stay. This is going to find its medium. And we're almost there with Apple Pay, Google Pay. It's the same thing. It's just, we're just saying we're not transferring fiat, we're transferring digital now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's great. So one of the areas that that we've tried to take like a step back in Utah, in 2019 was the first year that I utilized blockchain voting. So I utilized blockchain voting for our overseas and military population for the primary election in 2019. And then for the general election, we expanded that to people with disabilities. So previously, those demographics, at least in my state, were voting via email. But when they vote via email, they waive their right to a secret ballot. Plus, it's very labor intensive because they email in their vote, and then we actually have to have 2 employees recreate a ballot for them. And you have to have 2, obviously, so you're checking each other. But both, that means that at minimum, 2 employees know how this person voted. And on top of that, it's also not secure because they were using these ballots. They were using email to transfer these ballots, which is very insecure. So we did that in 2019. I felt comfortable with it because I understood it. And then in 2020, we launched our online marriage license portal that created an NFT marriage license for every person. We've done 25,000 of them, but when I launched that in January of 2020, I understood it, so I felt comfortable with it and I was fine with it, but I was the only place in the country that did. So what we've done is taken a step back in Utah, and I want your thoughts on this. We ran 3 bills this legislative session. The first was to define legal ownership rights for digital assets. So it's one thing we talk about is we have to define terms. Those of us in this room might understand that there's a difference between blockchain and crypto, but a lot of lawmakers don't. They think crypto and blockchain are synonymous. So there's a definition of terms. So we created a legal framework that allowed for ownership and definition of terms. That's one bill. The second bill was to create a task force, similar to what you're doing, but I love the education aspect of what you have, where we've taken people from industry and from government and combined them on a task force that will evaluate bills. Because a lot of the lawmakers may not have the time or energy to invest in truly understanding everything with blockchain, but if they have a commission or a task force that can evaluate things for them and that they can get advice from, then that's helpful. And then the third one was creating a legal framework that allows government agencies to accept cryptocurrency for payment. Which in some states, even if you had a city or a county or a bureaucrat that was willing to, you may not have that legal framework. So even though we're kind of forward thinking and we already have sandbox laws and all those things, we took a step back to start defining terms, creating task forces, and laying framework for the use of crypto rather than fiat. Individually each, I would like maybe your thoughts on that and how you think that plays into the legislation that you have.
Thanks, Amelia. Those are great nuggets to bring back to think about. I'm running for re-election. I don't have a challenger. So I should be back in the State House next year. I'll be filing a whole nother slew of bills. Hopefully I won't be filing this commission bill again because we'll have gotten through the finish line. And so then it's sort of working with the Blockchain Technology Caucus that I co-chair to put together a portfolio, several bills that maybe update our legal frameworks. And the lawyer in me loves that you're writing definitions. I mean, that's so critical at the baselines for everybody to sort of understand what are the terms, what do we mean by them? And so when then you have to implement, you sort of can go back to that basic primer. And Carlos, your experience is very similar to mine in terms of when I first thought about filing this bill, I was very new in the State House. I'd just been elected in a special election a few months ago, then re-elected, was putting together everything. And I'm probably the median age of the House of Representatives, perhaps even slightly under median age. There are a lot of older folks. And I reached out to a colleague who was around my age to say, have you ever heard of blockchain? And he said no. So I knew that most of my colleagues would have no clue about what this was. And I think a lot of the analogies we're using today, whether it's the lamps or email and USPS or just the internet, are very good ones and have really resonated with colleagues during the caucus because we have great guests come in. We've had the Mass Tech Collaborative, which is that innovation hub that I've discussed. It's sort of a public-private organization. We've had Algorand stop by, Boston Blockchain. The Boston Fed came to talk about its exploration of a digital coin. We just went and met with a startup in Boston that's looking at real estate tokenization and allowing people to use blockchain to own just portions of real estate to help them build wealth even as they're renters, to help then create enough of a down payment down the road to become a homeowner themselves. Lots of really exciting explorations. And so I think just every conversation that we have, we've had dozens of my colleagues come, more staff have come as well. It's just so critical for sort of saturating our minds with the ideas that we don't have to be technocrats and understand the behind the scenes work, but can see how the use cases are really going to resonate. And then, in addition to the education piece, I think that's so critically important for policymakers. I would encourage all of you to take a look at who are your state representatives, your state senators, assembly people, and see if they're working on this or see who might be working on it in your jurisdiction. Reach out, introduce yourself, sort of discuss it, and get, start to build that relationship. I think a big part of also being an elected official or a policymaker is just the signals that we're giving to industry about whether we're open to partnerships, open to providing, a landscape where they can flourish and will be welcome. And, do no harm is one of the things that we've heard a lot from some of our guests as well.
Yeah. So if you want to take about 3 minutes, and then we'll have time for a few questions.
Sure. So I'll just say a couple of things. I'm of the mentality, I've always been the person who is like, all right, I read a little and just go. Because we have people, very smart people, think tanks, all that, and you can think the crap out of things, but until it happens, it can go in any direction, right? And Tierra Luna is a good example. They had it all figured out, right? They had everything looked at, and all of a sudden this death spiral happened, which until it happened, now they're looking back and saying, what else could we have done, right? So I'm the type of, let's go. Two, I would caution, my colleague Kate just said, NCSL is a great place to see a lot of the things that come out, but I would caution, don't cookie cut and don't jump on bandwagons, right? There's a lot of people like, oh, crypto, getting a lot of attention. I want to get reelected. And I'm not saying that's Kate by any chance. Like, she's thoughtful. You can see that she's thoughtful in the things she's doing. But I've seen, when I started doing this, I started looking at all the legislation. I'm like, yeah, I can get Wyoming's legislation, Utah's legislation, Delaware's legislation, slap Rhode Island on it and put it in. But where's the merit in that? It's not original. And their circumstances and our circumstances are different. So you have to be mindful of that. Be thoughtful of that. Don't just do things to get recognition. The other thing is that in regards to what I was going to finish up in the earlier question was, my legislative council, who's the ones who draft up the legislation, I sat down with the policy and the legislative council. They botched it. They couldn't get their heads around it. Like, when you look at the bill and my intent and what the intent of the bill is completely, it's horrible. It's not even close. It got filed and I'm making amendments to it. Now, I've been there for 8 years and I'm thinking as to, do I stay or do I go into the private sector and can I be more effective where? Okay? But the bottom line is, I believe that when you're going to do something, start with baby steps, just like Utah did. Right? Do things that are not going to shake things too much, but you could learn from them. And then you could start getting a little more aggressive, right? You didn't start running, you crawled and, all those things. And that's how I would approach it, because most of the people you're going to encounter right now, this is really early. It's, think of the Wright brothers, right? Like up until then, we were going in ships for hundreds of years. And then all of a sudden these two guys said, no, we're going to fly a metal bird. Right? Everybody looked at them like, you're crazy. When was the last time you took a ship, right? You didn't come here on the Mayflower, right? Like, so I would just say, keep these things in mind. First of all, cynics know nothing about everything, and they'll never have a statue, a university, or a scholarship named after them. And there are 3 steps to entrepreneurship or anything that you do. First, they're going to ridicule you. Then they're going to accept you. And that same person is going to say, when you did it, and when it's a normal part of our life, they're going to be like, Kate, I knew you were going to do it all along. So
I'm waiting for that part. Like me personally, I'm up for re-election and I'm in a primary because I'm too innovative. So I'm waiting for that part. With that, do we have some questions? Does anybody? Yeah, do you want to stand? If you have a question, just maybe stand up to the mic so that this is being recorded and people can hear.
Jens Sucre from Ireland. I like the project you have very much with the green coin, but I actually worked on a similar thing, so it's a real question here. I mean, the point is, if you incentivize an investment, right? So people spend real money, let's say, to upgrade their solar panels or geothermal. Right? Then they spend money, right? And then your token becomes something that has a certain value. But a lot of people invest, so they have to kind of convert the token again to pay back whatever their loans or so. you get a tradable asset, right? So there will be some market, just like for Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin wasn't made for becoming a cryptocurrency, but just to reward people. And then suddenly a market, like somebody said, okay, we can convert it into dollars 1 or 2 years later, right? So what happens if you have like a volatile cryptocurrency, so people are suddenly forced, because they have to pay their mortgages or something, they pay back their investment, right? And they have to dump all the green coins onto the exchanges, right? Then you set off a spiral. So have you thought about how I mean, I know you don't like the skeptics, and you might call me one.
No.
But I mean, these questions are something we learned from a lot of cryptocurrencies, that these negative spirals might sometimes make these things, well, going up and crazy, right? Which is also sometimes not good, only for those who have it, or make it pretty much go to zero to kind of unroot the entire system. Have you kind of looked at that, or?
So my first disclaimer is I literally got into this about 10 months ago, and I'm not an expert at it. So what I'm looking forward to, and part of the reason I'm here, is I'd love to talk to experts to help me mature this concept, because this is not going to happen overnight. This is going to take some time. 2, because it's a utility kind of, I kind of see it like a stable coin, because it's pegged against something, right? The heating and cooling air is like your gas, right? And the solar is your energy. So those are regular parts of our life. Those are things that we don't just shut off. And if they get shut off, the government sometimes helps to make sure that you have the basic necessities. So that's the angle that I'm looking at, because I believe that as a society, we come together when people are down and they need something, they need a little boost. You know, we help, right? How many funds are there to make sure that if you're in the winter and you're heating, you can't pay your heat, we as a community have some money to take care of people. And I think that that's the direction I'm going. But again, I will be humble and say that I don't know everything. I know very little, actually, and I'm hoping that others could help me.
All right, thank you. Do we have time for one more? 2 more, okay. Oh, this one here was waiting, actually.
Oh, well, if you want to come in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll women first.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Latreya Daniel. I live in the city of Seattle, Washington. And some of the things that you all mentioned, first to Representative Kate for the Massachusetts, you made a lot of buzzwords. We have a lot of buzzwords in Seattle as well. But I also am looking at the realistic side, meaning there are a lot of communities that don't even have Wi-Fi. They don't even have a basic tower to connect to the internet to at least do basic homework. We just came from a pandemic where everybody had to be isolated, but a lot of kids failed because of lack of internet access. And so yes, they may use their phone, or yes, they don't even have a computer. So sometimes they're priorities. So how is it that we can't even have fundamentals, and then also fundamentals in financial literacy before we go into blockchain and cryptocurrency? Because even us as adults, we do need to relearn that concept. And also to Representative Carlos as well, you mentioned about the green token, green coin, excuse me, and you gave a lot of analogies and historical lessons, which I can appreciate, but I also want to, please let's understand, let's go back to the roads, right? Or let's go back to heating, ventilation, air conditioning. You still need tradespeople that can operate that skill. A green token cannot go and repave a road, because right now we're having a strike with our cement drivers because they're not willing to go repave the roads that are needed. So how will that green coin really help the tradesperson, a realistic tradesperson, take that home to their child and buy baby formula, diapers, help their child go from there? So let's get internet. Let's understand how we can seriously apply the green token to an everyday realistic life, but the everyday consumer that has to rebuild the roads and put in an HVAC system as well.
I'll just say yes to your comment. I mean, with me, I mean, you've heard that I'm a 7th grade teacher. I'm not suggesting that, I mean, we're all here today, thanks to the GBA, to really focus on blockchain technology. I'm not suggesting that's the be all and end all. I'm saying, you know, this is one bill that I wanted to file because I see that there is a potential, including for our kids, including for my children or children in the district that I represent or children in places like Atlanta, Georgia, where we need to build skills for the future and think about what are the jobs that will be available to our kids as they graduate. And make sure that that's done with access for everyone. So I'm very much, your point resonates with me. However, I'm not suggesting that a commission or even an amazing idea like a green coin is alone going to address systems of poverty, support for working parents. Those are things we have to do at the same time. And so, you know, I think there is potential in some of the use cases of blockchain technology to really address some of the concerns you're talking about. You know, in the earlier panel, I think it was Alexander mentioned Tylenol. Well, I'm thinking baby formula. What is happening right now in our country in terms of the, you know, the families who are afraid they can't feed their children right now? You know, where's the quality control there? This is a technology that can maybe really support that and address that kind of concern. But yes, you're absolutely right. This is not the be all and end all, certainly not now, but it's still something that's happening. We can either kind of harness it and be at the table to talk about ways in which we use it to address some of the critical issues you're talking about, or we can have it develop without any sort of that informed, intentional work.
Thank you. We actually do have to end the panel now, but I mean, just to kind of wrap things up, you know, we still teach computer science, even though not every child has Wi-Fi. So we're not going to put off looking to the future just because everybody hasn't caught up yet. I think we can work on both simultaneously. It's not a zero-sum game. So we do need to wrap up the panel, but the 3 of us will be here. We'll be here all week, folks. So feel free to come up and ask us questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you for your panel. So we're having lunch right now, so you're going to go straight across to the East Room, just so right across the hallway for lunch. We will resume at 1:10, so it's 12:15 now, so we'll resume at 1:10. So there's going to be a lot of very quick presentations in terms of some of the different companies and what they're doing with blockchain technology. But before we start, Priya is going to come up here and give us a little explanation on what is going to happen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So yeah, as Brian suggested, next up we have thank you. We have the Innovation Showcase, where companies demonstrate their novel products and services and how they're changing existing operational processes as well. Innovation is vital for a company's survival and growth. I'm sure everybody knows that. Firms that don't innovate fall behind their competitors and ultimately go out of business. However, traditional forms of innovation may result in profitable products, services, and processes, but also harm employees or create environmental damage. So what we have to ensure is that this does not happen. Think of the capsule coffee machines that we have at our home, which let us have cafe quality coffee at home. All of the US, I think 40% of the people in US have it at their places. But what happens is that they're actually very popular, yeah. But as a result of that, every minute, 29,000 plastic capsules are dumped in landfill sites. So it's really innovative, helps us, but is damaging environment. So sustainable innovation basically seeks to address those unintended social as well as environmental impacts. It implies that companies can provide products and services that are good for themselves and for society in the long term. Sustainable innovation it's about making intentional changes to a company's products, services, and processes to create long-term societal and environmental benefits. Obviously, despite how wonderful all of this sounds, it's not easy, and achieving it takes time, commitment, and a ton of effort. So how can firms innovate sustainably? Sustainable innovation can be put in three broad categories. One is operational optimization, second is organizational transformation, and the third is systems building. For any of these questions on this topic, please find me. I'm running around here all the time, or Armin Gold, who is manning our Sustainable Environmental Working Group table, and now Dr. Ingrid, who would set the stage for the companies to come and present. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank, please. I was about to thank you, actually. Please.
I'll let you thank me later. By the way, I love this woman. Look, remember when I was bragging on
You love
on
everybody.
I do. Well, especially people who deserve it, because you do. I want to tell you one, I'm totally blowing the clock again, I'm sorry. You need to hear about Ingrid's story, right?
No.
Yes. Ingrid came from a country in the Middle East, not Middle East, Eastern Europe, and when I know you don't want me to do this, but it was a very hostile, negative situation. And when her friends were literally dying, crawling underneath boxcars, trying to get out of the country, and people were being tortured and killed, she made it to this country. Her parents sold their wedding ring so that she could come here. She couldn't speak the language. She paid her way through school, became a doctor, went through medical school, was in a leading position in the hospital system. And when some young punk, right, said to you, "What do you know? You don't have an MBA." She said, "What's an MBA?" So she got an MBA. She got into business and is now the U.S. president of the leading center of the World Business Angel Investment Forum. That gets global revenue from around the world into startups. And she volunteers her own time to help startups and folks in GBA to evaluate their pitch decks, and is a woman of incredible accomplishment, wonderful heart and character. And we're so proud to have you as part of this organization.
Thank you, Gerard. Remind me to never tell you anything again.
I'm going to mess up your time. I want to say about one other person in the GBA, and he's physically not here today, but Ingrid got a chance to hear many of you. His name is Dr. Robert Brown. Dr. Robert Brown he's 86 years old, so he doesn't travel a lot. But he was a close personal friend of Martin Luther King's. He was one of his chief advisors. He became a special assistant to Richard Nixon, helped him get the highest percentage of black vote of any Republican in history. He sat in the office of President of South Africa, ordered him to release Nelson Mandela from prison. He started 300 libraries in Africa. He named the first mayor in Washington, D.C., the first city council. He was personally responsible for getting hundreds of black generals and admirals into that corps. Thousands of blacks to get contracts with the GSA. He's won 7 Lifetime Achievement Awards, 14 honorary PhDs, and here's the kicker. He was born the great-grandson of a slave that was sold to the railroad, and he became chairman of the board of that same railroad. Right? And so when I met him, thanks to Rosalind Tarasu, they're probably not, they're always talking out in the hallway. They introduced me to him. I said, Dr. Brown, we're having a leadership conference in the summer, and our leaders need to hear from you and your story. So if you're interested in GBA leadership and you want to essentially spend time with people like Dr. Ingrid, Eugene, Dr. Robert Brown, we don't spend a lot of time with them, we communicate with them. Talk to me, because we need, if you're that kind of person or aspire to be that kind of person, right, then we want you on the GBA team. Lastly, as you guys know, we're still trying to raise the funds to cover this beautiful expense. It's a little more than we bargained for. We're going to sell NFTs of the BMM, Blockchain Maturity Model, Genesis Edition. So if you don't know what the BMM, you'll find out. But we're going to sell them. I think we're going to sell them for $2,000. If anybody would like to buy one and help us essentially cover the expenses for this event, please see me outside, and we could use your help. If you'd like to donate to the cause, that would be great. But anyway, sorry to take your space, but I'm so proud of what you do, and this part of what you do is so core to GBA. So thank you.
No, keep it there, keep it there. Thank you. I didn't expect that, so now I know I never will share anything with Gerard again, because... But yes, I was about to thank Gerard for his dedication, resilience, passion, hard work. I know it takes a lot of effort, and also Kathy and Priya and the whole organizing committee, also our board, who's been very active over the last few weeks. As you all know, startups are the fabric of the economy, and after spending 20 years just dedicated to science and technology, I realized that actually dedicating myself towards helping startups is the perfect culmination, because they're like the core and the DNA of driving the economy, in my opinion. So this afternoon, we have the pleasure of showcasing a few of the startups. And then also you'll have the opportunity to witness a few demos. So I think you'll enjoy it very much, because I think they illustrate the fact that blockchain is a powerful catalyst for the economy, and you'll see how beautiful the startups cover almost every industry. And that has been something that we've emphasized for the past decade, that blockchain is, and not only blockchain, but ledger technologies, can be a conduit to really transform, reshape, recalibrate almost every industry. So please enjoy the startups, support them. We also have an amazing panel of judges. 2 of them are here with us today, Professor Jim Liu and Silvio Pupocasco. Please come on the stage to support our startups. And then also virtually, please allow me to introduce some of our judges that could not be here today, but they're with us, totally passionate, dedicated, ready to support the startups and score them at the end, so that hopefully this afternoon at the end of our program, we'll be announcing our winner. So please allow me to also introduce, in addition to the 2 judges that are here today, our honorary judge, Professor Dr. Nasim Naqvi, then Dr. Michael Milria, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, Radhika Iyengar, Linda Getz, and Brad Yasser. Thank you so much for all the judges. I know that they're all very busy. They've been dedicating their time to help us organize this, and as I mentioned, they'll also be contributing to the success of our startups. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our first startup, Mr. James Sullivan, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much, Ingrid. How do we turn the presentation on here so the audience can see it, or? Oh, okay, we got it. That was it. Okay, well, welcome. I'll be short, and that's hard for me. My name is Jim Sullivan, and I am with the Blockchain Academy. And next. It's advancing here locally, but okay. Maybe just a little kick. And although this is it, my whole presentation. I told you I'd be short. Sure. We are here. What we do is our, I guess you could call our raison d'etre. Part of it is to address the shortfall or the deficit in the Web3 and blockchain, the workforce. So we have globally scalable products, educational products for just that, for knowledge transfer, for the skills transfer, to fill that gap for our Web3 and blockchain workforce. We cover we cover verticals. We cover verticals. Number one, we cover industry verticals. We also cover business and technical. And so great. So this was going to be my agenda, just our introduction, our team, talk about our product line and our strategy for domination, our educational products, crypto trading product, our CRED, DApp, NFT credentialing product that we hope to roll live possibly this year, and why we will prosper. So this is what I was starting to talk about here. So we cover with our educational products. Again, we look to address that deficit in the blockchain and Web3 workforce. Industry specific, so lawyers, doctors, accountants. So blockchain, stacks of blockchain educational courses there. Synchronous and asynchronous, because we want to be globally scalable. If you are any of our potential investors out there, we are just as scalable as any other application, software application that's out there. We also developer products and also business and project management. So our elevator pitch, because we always should have an elevator pitch, delivering scalable educational products to address those deficits in Web3 and blockchain, and also using our own expertise to build world-class Web3 and blockchain products. Here's some of our team. So Ryan Williams is our CEO and Executive Director, and then Ryan Krasuski is our Operations Executive. My name's Jim, I'm the CTO and one of the instructors, and we have other staff as well. We are all both Ryans are very experienced with partnering with universities. That's one of our prime markets, are extensions of universities where we are able to essentially white label our products and market with them so learners can address and fill their educational needs through university extensions. One of our strategies to dominate the industry. So we are just now launching a Hedera training class, Hedera Hashgraph. And for right now, that certification, we are the only ones that are delivering that certification. And very soon, in fact, I'm working on it right now with Ryan, we'll be launching Algorand, included with a certification. So Learners can come, learn about both Hedera and Algorand, earn a credential, which will be an NFT and can be customizable. We do have an extensive pipe, and one of the networks, one of the protocols in our pipe is NEAR. Just to validate our credibility, we did publish a book late last year, Programming in Solidity. It's on Amazon, so it's direct Kindle publishing. Please go out. It gives you step-by-step examples for building smart contracts and dApps. And we also have our GitHub repository and videos as well, so please go out. A little bit about how our educational products, we can see them right there. So asynchronous, infinitely scalable, globally deliverable, cloud-based labs. So we can see, we actually delivered this yesterday where we use cloud-based labs that can be accessed through a browser. So hands-on is taken care of right there. Again, we template a lab, scale it up, run it on the Amazon cloud, and anybody is able to, even if they're watching, even if they're partaking in a asynchronous, they're able to get the hands-on. It's not just somebody on YouTube telling you what to do and hoping you can set the environment up correctly to actually complete it. So the environment's already set, it's all turnkey, and learners are able to go out there and complete the hands-on. Some of our products, we did want to roll this product. That's a vaccine. That's a blockchain-based vaccine card. That's actually my vaccine card right there. There's very little barrier to entry in the mobile, at least in mobile, for items like this. So we didn't roll this because in 30 days, Apple or Google could obviously beat us to market, but it's an educational product. And it's pretty straightforward. That is the mobile edition right there, we see. Another one of our products is the crypto trading simulator. So this is a simulator. So learn to invest crypto before you start investing dollars. And there are web and mobile versions. So this is live. It runs on a live feed. And you can see the prices. This is a product that's already being used. We have had competitions for it, and it's gotten great reviews. And we will be launching the mobile version. You can kind of see a little prototype of the mobile version there on the right. And another product that we are getting ready, we have it, we're building the initial MVP. We're calling it Cred App right now. So it's NFT credentialing. So we mix it with the web type of architecture, so you have all of the advantages of a web application as far as validation and common usage. We have the links, but then we also connect with the APIs and it's modular. So we're starting it off on Hedera because we have that relationship with Hedera, but it will be modular. So we can create NFTs on Hedera, we can create NFTs on NEAR, Algorand, Ethereum. So, and then those NFTs will be brought back also to the web application, so you can just very easily click on the link, open it up. And so it's a mix. It's almost like a hybrid of a web application with a blockchain layer. You can see, okay, and you can see part of it there. So you can see the NFT being brought in. You can see the little the image. So just to sum up, we are globally scalable. We have great blockchain-based educational and those other blockchain products. We're looking to bring Web3 and blockchain to the developing world as well, because there's lots of needs there. We are true experts in what we're doing, so we're not out looking for partners that we hope will be able to do what we need them to do. We look to deliver handsome returns to our investors, and of course, we want to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And now Mr. Kazi Ali, who has... Yeah, they were supposed to... But they didn't. Has a healthcare product. Sorry? Yeah, you were supposed to have all that ready. Yes. Okay. He's gonna bring his. We're not gonna do because there was no. To have. Don't forget, all of you, you were given a template. Please don't forget to mention how much money you are raising. This is essential. You're doing a startup pitch.
So the issue.
And please be ready with your laptop. No worries, take it. Remember, you can also do your pitch without slides if you want.
Okay, so how do I connect this?
Can the team come and maybe help him just make sure that we have everything ready for him? Thank you. Why don't you start saying your name, say the name of your company, you know it, just...
Yes, hi. My name is Kazi Ali. Oh. Actually, this is... My name is Kazi Ali. I'm the founder of BeHealth.io. It's a blockchain electronic health. Yeah. And I have a CTO, and unfortunately, he couldn't be here today, but I will do the presentation.
Why don't you start saying what's the vision and the mission? Don't worry about the slides until they come so that you can...
So the vision of this product is to give user control their own medical records, and also to enhance security as well as provide intelligence. And I believe it's time to for the users to control their own EMR. And I'll give you my personal experience. My parents, I had to take them from doctor to doctor or hospital to hospital, and anytime we would go to a place, we would have to fill out documentations, and unfortunately, that was a lot of time consuming. Okay, so it's consistently filling out paperwork, which is exhausting, and that's what made me focus on this vision, because I believe that they can just fill out documentation once and they can share their own medical records with any doctor of their choice from their own home. And so the problems that I see are widespread cyber attacks on healthcare companies, skyrocketing costs for billing, insurance, and RCM functions, and data are not transparent between users and healthcare staff. Okay. So the solution is leveraging latest technology, which is blockchain and AI, to enhance security, optimal compliance and transparency due to immutable records, and maximize the outcome to improve collaboration, where users will be collaborating with their primary care physicians from their own home. And any activity happens, for instance, booking their own doctor appointments, or even uploading their chest x-rays. There's a demo that I would like to present, but everything will be recorded, historically recorded, and there will be a traceability. So they don't have to go from and ask entities to get their medical records. They will have everything in their own portal. So there are some of the competitors that's working on something similar, but using different technology. My technology, what I did is connected blockchain and AI, and for immutable records and intelligence. Patient will have the capability to access their medical record and collaborate with doctors. Privacy will be secured to biometric. The proposition is, the vision is patient centricity company. We aim to offer rapid, convenient access to medical record, and optimal privacy. B, Health.io provides solutions to address current flaws, for instance, efficiency, duplication, redundancy, errors, lack of patient centricity. The competitive advantage that we have is to enhance security, one-tab record sharing functionality, easily access, immutable and tamper-proof records. The records cannot be changed. Anytime an activity happens on a blockchain, it will create another block and pointing to the previous block, but that would be a little bit technical to explain. Cashless payments and improve online experience. The business model will be hosted on a cloud. License is proprietary. It will be a subscription, many-to-many, and business-to-business, as well as business-to-consumer. And the team is just me and CTO. I'm looking for other strategic partnership as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Any quick questions from the judges? It took him a little long. Any?
Yes, so my background is I have information system degree from Strayer. I started in back in the days, it was A+, then Network+. So I'm like all over the place, but currently right now what I'm doing is I'm a cloud architect for an organization, and I'm also trying to raise capital for this product to have this product in the market. And I believe that this product will be needed globally. I've done extensive research on this, including writing a white paper to show the cost and how much the United States spend on healthcare. And
so as an entrepreneur, how much are you trying to raise, and how much of the company are you going to give away to potential investors? And we might have some questions on the Zoom too.
Yes, so I'm asking for 2 million, but that's a converter note.
On a convertible note.
On the convertible note. But I think I need more than 2 million, but because I need strategic partnership. Well, I need it for technology infrastructure as well as software development teams, and then I know this is going to go to the Congress because now I'm taking the records from entities and giving it to you.
Okay, one more question. Super interesting, same issue with my own parents and myself even, with all the different doctors and specialists I got to go to. How do you make it easy for someone to integrate? The doctor uses one system. In my case, my general doctor uses one system. University of Miami uses another system. The hospital uses another system.
Correct.
What are you doing to move closer towards really either my iPhone to use my Apple Health to be able to have my EMR or something else? You know, how do we bridge that gap on integration?
So that's a really good question. I know that a lot of organizations control data because that's their asset. My vision is to, I think it's better for the user to control their own medical record because, like I said, going from doctor to doctor, it's tedious and time consuming, and it's just, you know, you're sitting there for hours and they don't even have your record. So instead, you come to my portal, fill out the documentation once, and then you select a doctor based on the symptoms you're looking for. And then you have an AI algorithm where the doctor or the user can upload their chest x-rays, and what will happen is that it will provide you multiple images from that original image, and it will also tell you whether, for instance, you have pneumonia, you don't have pneumonia, and that will be also recorded within the blockchain technology. Yeah. You're welcome.
We have one from the online judges.
For the online question, online audience, somebody want to ask a question? From the top man of the stage in the media booth? Jordan? Yeah, do you have a mic up there to ask the question?
Let's not do it because it's not going to fit any ever. So let's skip questions.
All right, we'll defer questions from the virtual. If you guys just send it to Dr. Ingrid, she'll ask. Okay, well, thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
We would like to introduce Jennifer Loudon, and then right after we'll have Mr. Michael Mazer if he can be ready.
Fantastic. So much. My monstrous laptop. Thankfully, I bought a paper copy just in case this goes sideways. And sounds good. There we go. All right. So, as Ingrid mentioned, my name is Jennifer Loudon, and I am a water nerd. My company is Intelligent Water Services, and I have a question for everybody. When was the last time you thought to yourself, there has to be a better way of doing this? Putting together IKEA furniture, staying awake at a conference after lunch. What about running a public utility? So, IWS is developing a platform to solve the cybersecurity threat and data mismanagement crisis for critical infrastructure systems. We want to create a truly smart utility to be part of a smart and sustainable community. What we're doing now just isn't working. We have all of this information coming in. We're putting out sensors, we're generating data, yay! We're also drowning in a sea of data that we don't know what to do with. So trying to have all of this information, that leads to lots of problems. The biggest of which is data mismanagement leading to cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So sensors collect all of this information and display it on whatever sort of proprietary dashboard the sensor vendor was able to rope the utility into purchasing. And the data is housed usually only on an on-site server. This is pretty much because of cybersecurity concerns. We all kind of have horrible flashbacks to February of 2021 when Oldsmar, Florida made headlines for all the wrong reasons. So once that information is there, it's sent to a supervisory control and data acquisition, or SCADA system, it's a software, to turn into actual usable information, from raw data into information that utility managers can actually do something with. So due to cybersecurity concerns again, that information is also only available on site. So it's weird. 50 years after supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA first came on the scene, we haven't really moved past the duh. It's been 50 years. We have this full functionality. We have this amazing idea that we're not able to actually take control of because of cybersecurity concerns. So for the utility, the information is very solid, very siloed. And unfortunately, people often within the same utility don't have access to that same information, so they're not even on the same page. Never mind people trying to work remotely, people trying to access multiple facilities from the same spot. It just doesn't work. So those utilities that do try to increase access to that data often pay the cybersecurity price. And that's the key. That's where we really, really have to improve things. So I don't believe utilities should have to choose between cybersecurity and ease of access and convenience for their data. So how do we fill two needs with one deed? I hate the phrase two birds with one stone because it's just morbid and depressing, so I actually did a Google search for synonyms, and that's one of the things that came out. I love it. What if we reimagine the base layer of that SCADA, put it on a blockchain and smart contract-based platform. This way we can streamline the information, get it to who needs it, when they need it, in real time, and use smart contracts to be able to interact with the utility itself. So we're making the utility more efficient, as well as taking advantage of the inherent cybersecurity properties that we all know and love that a blockchain platform can provide. So we are able to truly have secure monitoring and control of a utility from anywhere at any time. To my knowledge, there are currently no direct competitors. However, there are a fair amount of companies on the periphery. And those companies are working in a piece match style. They're doing okay for now. It's funny, I was at an industry water conference yesterday. Actually, it's also down here in DC. And there were all of these industrial automation vendors selling their proprietary dashboards. It's like, oh, my dashboard's better than your dashboard. Okay, great. But all of them failed to recognize the fundamental flaw in how we do things. They were all trying to out-gimmick each other. That doesn't solve the critical problem. You know, what are we doing here? So, what I'm working on is taking all of those bits and pieces, putting them together, and creating something that is going to be an all-inclusive solution. Companies in the industry are not going to respond to folks that are only working on blockchain. They're not going to respond to folks that are working on industrial automation and completely ignoring the elephant in the room. So, the all-inclusive solution, we're from the industry. This was born out of a problem that we actually experienced. What we do is giving utilities a way to access their data securely by anyone who needs it from anywhere without changing their operations. Water utilities, wastewater utilities, operators, the folks who actually run the place do not like change. If we can keep their front end, if we can keep what they see the same, but reimagine what we put that on, if we can put that on a blockchain-based system, we'll be able to harness all of the benefits without anything going wonky in their minds. So we offer a process as a service. This model spreads out the financial risk, which is good for everybody. But it also reduces the staffing requirements at the utility while giving them greater access to information. It also accelerates their ROI, which is something that utilities are starting to get interested in. We're always forced to do more with less. IWS benefits by reaching more customers and getting more continuous revenue than what would be available if we just kind of made a widget and sold it once. I am Nick Fury. I have assembled the utility Avengers. We are all experts in our field. There are some water folks, there are some tech folks, there are some software development folks, but we're coming together because we all truly believe in the IWS mission. I've somehow managed to convince them that I know what I'm doing. And it's something that we're excited for. We want to see the utility of the future. So our work culture revolves around harnessing our individual strengths, about candid communication from the C-suite level all the way down through our interns. I got so excited when we had our first couple of interns last year. And also design thinking. We're continuously iterating, we're continuously learning, and we're trying to deliver a real solution to the utility cybersecurity problem. And on that note, I think I've exceeded 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Super interesting. What kind of utilities are you aiming to start with this right now? Is it energy, water, and what's your pipeline looking? Where are you with these conversations? What I understand from selling to the utilities is, A, don't change anything like you mentioned. B, is they don't like buying from startups. Too risky. C, you need to pilot something. And D, the life cycle for sales is over a year long because you need to put yourself into a budget for the next year.
Accurate on all counts.
Could you address some of these points?
Yeah, so I kind of first started, again, I'm from the wastewater industry. I've been lab rat at a utility for 13 years. And it was over that time that I myself started saying, oh my God, there has to be a better way of doing this. We're great at treating physical flow, both water and wastewater. We suck at the flow of data. There's no sugarcoating that. And we realize it, we know it. So being able to start at water and wastewater, that's where the heart of this is. However, like I said, it's actually applicable to all critical infrastructure utilities. You know, oil and gas, nuclear, industrial manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, anything that uses a SCADA or some other type of industrial control system, this is applicable for, and this can streamline those same processes, those same inefficiencies that nobody's really tackling. So that would be the beachhead. I actually already have, because I'm in the industry and I tend to kind of talk my mouth off at conferences like this, I already have a utility that has volunteered to be my proof of concept site. I just need the funding to do it. Like I said, I have gathered the Avengers, I just need a way to pay them. So I have a utility that is offered to do the proof of concept, and that's local in New Jersey. For just easy access. And then I have 5 other utilities from all across the country that have volunteered to be the beta testers once I actually have a provable MVP. So getting around all of those hurdles that you mentioned that are entirely accurate, I like to say we move at half the speed of smell in our industry. Getting around all of those, it goes back to the reason why, wrong direction. It goes back to the reason why all of those competitors don't work, because nobody in the industry, no utility is going to buy from, Oracle or even IBM. If they say, here, we've created this awesome thing, you have to use it, and they're jamming it down utilities' throats. They're like, no. Similarly, utilities and industrial automation, VT SCADA, Aviva, I'm down here doing double conferences at the few doors down, and I was having a conversation with somebody from ABB just yesterday, and we were talking about what they're working on. I'm like, that's great, and I introduced myself, and the guy was like, oh, nice to meet you. I'm like, you may not think that when I tell you what I'm working on, because what I'm working on is making what you're working on obsolete.
Okay, so I have one question for you, because you have this stage, and this is probably going to be streamed across the world. What's your ask?
Okay, so because we are in R&D and everybody in here knows that anything involving blockchain development is not cheap, we are looking for $250,000 to $500,000. Just to get that proof of concept. Again, utilities do not have their own funds, so I need to be able to bring them a cheap or free opportunity, and I already have a utility that has greenlit that. I just need to get the money.
Okay, we have also a lot of questions from the virtual judges, so you're attracting a lot of interest here. One is, how is your pricing model? And then 2, how are you going to, from a technical perspective, ingest all the data from all the utilities?
Okay, I'm going to go with the pricing model first because that's the easier question. Again, water nerd, so I'm learning. I've been in blockchain for a whole 3 years. I've been learning a lot of this just kind of as I go. Yeah, well, so if I may take 30 seconds to say how I got into blockchain. Back in the summer of 2018, I was fortunate enough to be picked for a United Nations Sustainable Development Goals program. Went to Singapore for a few weeks. It was absolutely fantastic. I was chosen for SDG 6, Water and Sanitation for All. And one of the speakers during the opening session had said, just a joke that I didn't get at the time. Oh, blockchain, blockchain, blockchain. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Too bad nobody actually knows what it is. And everybody around me kind of started chuckling, and I'm like, I'm a biologist. So I had no idea what they were talking about. By the end of the SDG program, I knew what it was. I had heard about it actually in international shipping and supply chain management logistics. I was like, oh, that is cool. So since then, I've been kind of learning everything as I go, and that's how, it first started just with water quality, and then I started learning about the cybersecurity benefits. Then once Oldsmar happened, I was like, there has to be a better way of doing this. Can we take that and apply it to cybersecurity? So the way that I'm attempting to to adjust for the, I'm sorry, what was the question? The second question?
Model.
The
And
pricing
the
model,
second one
yes.
is how you're going to absorb the data, because a
Yes.
lot of proprietary protocols are in place. So,
Yes.
but keep it brief, because we have other.
Sorry. I said I talk a lot at these things. So because I'm in the utility space, because I've been able to get utilities on board, I know the difference between a capital expenditure budget limit and an operating expenditure budget limit. That's part of the reason why I have it as a thing as a service.
Process as a service.
Right, so there's process as a service, data as a service, anything as a service is going to fly right under that limit between CapEx and OpEx. So operating expenditures, facilities are all about spending, they're okay with that, they need to spend that every year. Capital expenditures, that's the kind of thing where they need to take out a loan and increase their rates. So my model is going to be keeping the initial implementation price under that CapEx line, and then with like a recurring subscription fee just to have their nodes remain connected to the blockchain platform. Right. And adjusting for the data, that is something that I had my interns kind of working on cracking through one of the proprietary sensor vendors' data. It was for research. They were earning college credit, and they happened to be able to turn it into just a CSV file. I was like, score! Because once we get it in CSV, we can do whatever we want with it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Michael Mazer, next. And right after Mr. Michael Mazer, we'll have Dr. Andy Ingraham be ready, okay?
Hello, everyone. Let's see if this works. Yes. Wonderful. So, hello, everyone. My name is Michael Mazur. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Kolu and one of the core contributors to the Urban Change Protocol, which is this. Now, what is our purpose? Our purpose is to drive social and economic prosperity in urban communities using decentralized urban coins. And, you know, what's the problem? We always get asked. And one of the main problems we see today, and actually just to segue into my background, I've been working with local governments for the past almost 8 years now, both in the mobility space and then also in the, right now, local coin space. And what we always see, or I've seen in the past 7 years, is that cities are unable to get people to take action, right? You have Facebook, you have Twitter, you have Instagram, and ultimately when you think of how are cities communicating with the residents, how are they getting people to look and focus on hyper-local economies, it's a challenge, right? The algorithms of Facebook and Twitter don't necessarily convey the information that cities want to convey. And as we sort of come out of the pandemic, we're seeing that people are spending more time at home, and people may not be working 5 days a week out of the main city. Maybe they're only spending 40 to 60% of their time there. So how do we also get people connected in their community and get them to really have a sense of ownership there? And what's our solution, and what have we been working on for the past, actually now, couple of years, and really starting to launch now? It's ultimately getting residents to be active stakeholders in their community by creating a two-coin model. Why a two-coin model? Kolu, in its history, actually created one of the first cryptocurrency projects with cities about 4 or 5 years ago, and it didn't work. Why? Because we had city coins where the value of the coin would fluctuate so much so that one day you were buying a coffee and one coin equaled $1. The next day, that same coin was maybe $3, and it was just not sustainable from both a merchant and a user perspective. 4 years later, we switched back to fiat in the past 4 years. We've been working with cities like Boston, San Mateo County, and Akron, and now we've developed this two-coin model. And why is it helpful? Number one, we have a stable coin. That's one coin that you'll be able to use at local businesses in your city. You'll be able to earn it for taking different actions that promote the goals of the city, which we'll talk about in a second. It could be for doing things like walking 10,000 steps per day. It could be doing things like voting or coming to City Hall or volunteering in your city. Once you earn these local coins, which again are stable, so worth in the US $1, €1, whatever country you are, you'll then be able to redeem them and use them at local businesses in your city. When you use them at local businesses in your city, you will earn impact coins. And here's how it works. So, like I was saying, let's say I go now, I live in New York. Let's say one of the goals of the city of New York is to get people to walk more or ride their bike. If I ride my bike a certain amount of miles per day, I'll then be eligible to earn these local coins. If I take other actions too, we always talk about equity and diversity, right? That's a big, big thing in cities. And if we can encourage people to do things that help promote communities that are disadvantaged, such as maybe going to volunteer, maybe for shopping at a minority or women-owned business, right, in different neighborhoods, and they can earn coins for doing that, that can make a big impact. So we'll take action to earn these local coins, and I'll earn my New York coin or my Akron coin. When I pay with that Akron coin at a local business, I'm stimulating my local economy, and then I'm going to be earning the impact coin. The impact coin, unlike the local coin, which is stable, is a volatile coin, which the value of it is based on supply and demand. And the cool thing is that each city has its own impact coin. By holding it, you have a sense of ownership in your city. You'll subconsciously also be more inclined to take actions that promote your park, right? Think about it in the way like, all right, I'm online, I have this whole world at my resources, and I have the whole world, but what about the park that's near my apartment, right? What about the school? What about my local businesses? So by owning these impact coins, you ultimately will have a sense of ownership in your city. Plus, because obviously their value will go up and down, the more people take actions to support their community, the value will go up. But on the flip side, there's utility. And what does that mean? By holding an impact coin for your city, you'll also unlock benefits that are unique to your city. Maybe it's reduced fees for parking. Maybe it's access to a specific hall or event. Maybe it's just being able to come into specific places. Whatever the city decides, by owning or holding that coin, that impact coin, you'll have that. Now we talk about equity, and I'll mention that because that's a big, big part of what we're doing. First of all, the ecosystem. So we're building this on Algorand. There are other communities and other elements going on here when it comes to city coins and city currency. I'm sure y'all have heard of city coins. I won't go into detail, but there isn't really a mechanism just like ours that is actually in cities. We partner with local governments for doing so. So what's different about us, and I'll do this quickly because I don't have too much time. We're a carbon negative blockchain. We chose to work with Algorand because unlike a lot of other blockchains, they are carbon negative. We obviously think about sustainability. We are using a unique dual coin cryptocurrency model, which I mentioned. We work directly with local governments and organizations. But most importantly, we talk about equity and why. We always talk about the digital divide, and people, you know, the blockchain on one hand is amazing, and people talked about this earlier, but on the other hand, how do we make sure that people have access, right, to blockchain? How can we help communities if people don't even have the digital literacy or the financial literacy to be able to know what you do? For example, if you hold these impact coins, one day they're worth $1, suddenly they're worth $2, maybe someone who does not have the digital literacy, they'll just sell them off, right? And they won't hold them and recognize that holding it for the long term actually has its benefits. So a big part of what we're doing now is focusing on education, number one. And number two, working with things like basic income, where people who, for example, could meet a certain income threshold, think about people who are eligible for low-income housing, they will be eligible to receive these impact coins. So even those who don't have the means, let's say, or the time to take action or to shop local, they'll still have the opportunity to get these coins. So very quickly, some of the things we can tackle here. We can tackle civic engagement, like I mentioned, getting people to vote, to participate at City Hall, to volunteer. We can get people to, sustainability is huge, right? Cutting emissions, ride your bike, walk, and so forth. Supporting local businesses. Health and wellness I didn't touch on. It's super important from a preventive medicine perspective. Get people tested for things, right? If they get tested for specific diseases, they can get rewarded. If you get people to, for example, get vaccinated, also maybe reward them too. Walking and so forth. And obviously there are many more. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. Who are we? I'm with Kolu, so I'm the COO. We are core contributors to the Urban Change Protocol, working together with Algorand, our amazing team, who are all over, some in Israel, some in Denver, and I'm in New York. And now we've created this consortium, so different cities and officials who are joining, who really want to be on the forefront of education. GBA is a huge part of this, and we're excited to be part of GBA and also to help educate government officials, especially in the local government level, about blockchain and about cryptocurrency to make sure that, first and foremost, you know what it is. Feel free to join the consortium or reach out to me, and thank you all.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we'll do the questions a little later during the judge panel.
Sorry,
so
I
that we
think
make
I
sure.
went
No
over,
problem. You
and
did
sorry
great.
for
You
that.
did wonderful. But please don't leave because we might
No,
have
no, I'll
questions
stay.
during the panel, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Awesome. Dr. Ann Ingraham next. And then right after, we'll have Malini. So please be ready. I'm collating all the questions so that during the judges panel we can follow up. It's better if we finish on time. Please don't forget to also add how much you're asking for. It was on the last slide that you were provided as a template. It's important for everyone to know.
I'm doing.
You can look there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the right presentation because it flipped. All right, let's.
Can you see? It was right there, just this. Whatever you clicked last. Okay. A little delay.
Okay. It's not on that. Not on the. I needed to see the slide, so it's important. But in the meantime, while he's doing this.
Yeah, just introduce yourself.
My name is Dr. Ann Ingraham, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Exponential Health Tech Advisors. Exponential Health Tech Advisors is a woman-owned, minority-owned, and certified veteran-owned small business. And because I'm a veteran, prior Army, I never go anywhere without my generals, okay? I'm gonna do a quick introduction. This is my co-founder, Peter Gay Philpott. We founded the company together along with a third person who's not here today. Anna Pereira, she is the Chief Executive Officer of Adonai Counseling and Employment. Terrence Morgan is the Chief Executive Officer of Fresh Start Professional Services. And Franklin Smith is the Chief Compliance and Contracts Officer and co-founder of Fresh Start Professional Services. Why did I share their introduction with you, and why are they here? Our solution is now in pilot in their organization. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Adonai provides services. They're all community-based organizations. Adonai is a community behavioral health organization, and Fresh Start is not a community behavioral health organization, but they are a community-based organization, okay? What's the purpose and why we're doing what we're doing? We wanted to create, and we did create a trustworthy, integrated data exchange for community services and community providers. I would venture to say that our company and our product, which we'll talk a little bit more in a minute, Axion Galaxy 360 Holistic Management Network. It's a long name, but just say Axion Galaxy 360. I would venture to say it is the first case management solution implemented in a community-based organization or community behavioral health organization. And in fact, our third site, which is here in Maryland, is a multi-specialty clinic, which we are going to be bringing on at some point in time. We just started discussions yesterday. So we wanted a solution, and by the way, our solution is built on Burst IQ's HIPAA-compliant SOC 2 Type 2 blockchain. And we have a representative here, Amber, from Burst IQ. So this is real. This is no longer vaporware, okay? What's the problem? There is a gap, a digital crevasse, let me say that, at the community level. And I think it was actually enhanced when ARA and high-tech monies came into play in 2009, where community providers didn't get the amount of money and the support for electronic medical records like hospitals did and qualified providers. So there's a gap in coordination. More so, there's a gap in using what I call contextual data for decision making, especially for the individuals my community partners serve. And that is what we are going to solve with our solution. Our solution, yes, basic, you may consider basic case management software. We have appointment scheduling, the case management documentation, intake, employment services documentation. We allow a simple way and easy way for the community providers, especially like Item 9 Fresh Start, going from paper to a digital documentation. And yes, there are other case management software out there, but there's none that I'm aware of right now, based on our research, that is built with a back end of blockchain. Husband is calling me. No, baby, I can't talk to you right now. Our competitors. If you look at the x-axis, the bottom axis, our goal, again, to provide a contextual framework for decision-making at the community level. So we are looking to work with the providers within the community to document and holistically integrate behavioral health data, physical health data, social services data, and also criminogenic risk and needs data. This information really tells the story, the life graph, and I'm taking a trademarked name from Burst IQ, the life graph, the whole person's story. Again, leveraging blockchain. We have competitors in the market, and I selected a few. And the reason why the competitors listed here in the bottom left is because their solution may provide opportunities to document one or two of the digital expressions. They may focus on behavioral health data. They may focus on physical health data, or a combination of both. The upper left-hand quadrant, they may have a combination of both the behavioral health and maybe the social services, but none of them has a combination of all of the data expressions you see on the bottom. Our solution, again, built on the Life Graph Network, Burst IQ, and again, working with Burst IQ as a great partner, will be able to integrate all of that data. You know the power of the chain. We have the enhanced security, which the clients, behavioral health clients, medical data to be HIPAA compliant and secure needs an enhanced security system, right? Privacy, protection, data security. We are also, again, someone asked in a presentation I did, why blockchain? And I say, why not? We feel that we are now preparing community providers to enter into the realm of the Web3 and to be able to take advantage of that. We see the transition that is happening in the Internet of Value. And so we're visionaries. We're visionaries, and we're going to take, with the aid of my generals here, take community providers and the clients they serve, because they are clients with barriers who need to be overcome into the future and not let them be laggards, okay? So in looking at what our total available market is, our service level market, and our service level obtainable market, I can't see, I think we have a global opportunity. Our product, I believe, can be taken into the global markets, like Nigeria, like Kenya, and I have relationships in those markets. Easily, dynamically used for their population. Also within the United States, and by the way, the quadrants the slide here shows both for behavioral health market value as well as the U.S. The healthcare and social services market. It's difficult to separate those two markets. Right now, our SOM, right, the service level market, we're in Washington State. Behavioral health, there are about 2 million people in Washington State, adults. We're not talking young people. About 2 million people in Washington State with behavioral health issues. And so right now, my providers here, my service providers are from Washington State, and like I said, our next will be a multi-specialty clinic who is going to establish a behavioral health clinic, which we're going to help them develop, is here in Maryland, another Washington, right, basically, right? Yes, 1 minute? Okay, I've got 1 minute to go. So a competitive advantage, I've segmented it in 4 areas. We have an adaptive, signal, system, and social advantage. Our adaptive advantage is that we're built on blockchain. The signal advantage, we've got the technology of the life graph, being able to present that whole person picture for decision making, for empirical decision making. And then, of course, for the system advantage, building out a network of community-based organizations and also government entities. And then, of course, the social advantage is we want to be able to leverage the technology for promoting social responsibility and ethical care based on using decisions, using data, and as well as building long-term relationships. And again, our value proposition, to be able to create a trustworthy data exchange, which integrates all of the different areas I talked about, different segments, behavioral health, the criminogenic, the social, and also the physical health. Here are key partners, as I mentioned before, and then the business model. So we look to establish relationships in business with both community-based providers, independent consultants within the field, as well as government entities and provider associations. And we will be charging at 2 levels, both for the application side, where we're charging per life graph, per identity, if you want to use it that way, or whole person, as well as to also charge a subscription for the analytics, right, once we combine all of that data. And here's my team, you've seen them, and what I'm asking for is a minimum of $500,000. Thank you.
Okay. And now we'll have Malini, and then last, Melissa. Please keep to the 5 minutes, okay?
Sorry, I just added a slide.
After Melissa, we have Heather, so. Make sure you say your ad.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Malini, and I'm the founder of Flinder Inc. With Flinder, we have 3 platforms. Today, I'm going to talk about our decentralized ID platform. I'm not going to explain what decentralized ID is because pretty much everyone here, I think, understands the concept of decentralized ID. I'm going to move on to our decentralized ID platform, Klefki. Klefki enables onboarding issuers to issue credentials, citizens to accept and store credentials, and verifiers to verify these credentials by obtaining the consent of the citizen. The platform components are, it has a mobile wallet, and we do have an API enablement layer for issuers and verifiers. Also, dashboard for issuers and verifiers. While there are many use cases that can be built upon Klefki across domains, we have implemented few use cases with clients in governments, quasi-government and fintech, covering Canada, India, South Pacific, and Caribbean. Use cases such as financial profile, parametric insurance, and police certificate. I'm going to talk about a couple use cases here. First, our parametric insurance use case. We built this parametric insurance product for a country in Caribbean last year. With traditional indemnity insurance, the citizens had very low coverage towards natural disasters, and the payout cycle is really, really slow. It took many years for to complete the payout to the citizens, which in turn led to slow recovery, economic recovery for the country post-disaster. With parametric insurance, citizens are able to purchase coverage against natural disaster according to their affordability, and in an event of an occurrence of natural disaster, immediate automatic payout is triggered directly to the citizen's wallet by proof of the purchase of insurance. So leveraging Klefki, we onboarded all the actors, citizens, distributors, weather data source, and risk capital provider by enabling easy purchase of insurance and issuance of insurance to citizens. And in an event of natural disaster, based on the data gathered from weather data source and proof of purchase, immediate payout is automatically triggered directly to the citizen's wallet, thereby helping the country towards faster economic relief post-disaster. Now, looking at our second use case, which is a police certificate in South Pacific. We are implementing this solution currently for a country in South Pacific. Citizens in this country are required to get a police clearance certificate in order to apply for a work permit to work in Australia and New Zealand. So what happens is, in this country, citizens have to travel from smaller islands to the main capital city, which is located in a main island, and it takes more than 7 days for this travel to happen. Also, the transaction cost for citizens is really, really high. And with the police department, processing time is also really high. So with leveraging Klefki, again, we onboarded the ecosystem of citizens, police department, civil department, and financial institution, thereby enabling citizens to apply for file applications online, cutting their travel down to near zero. And for police department, processing time reduced significantly because they could easily identify their citizen through our blockchain platform. Looking at our business model and scalability, for parametric insurance, though we have implemented this in one country in Caribbean, we are commercializing this across the region, also taking it globally. There is also interest in South Pacific for the parametric insurance product, which we will be implementing in the forthcoming months. With the police certificate, we are going to go live first week of June. Post go live, we are going to expand this to other countries in South Pacific. Our business model is very simple. For parametric insurance, we are partnered with an insurtech firm where we have equity. Also, we charge a small percentage of premium. For police certificate, post go live, we will be charging monthly subscription with the police department. So here you can see some of the awards and credentials that we have achieved. As you see, we are ISO 27001 certified company, and we are completely aligned with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, so at the end of this year, we are going to make 2 million, and our ask is we want to raise to about 1.5 million to scale our company and make our team, triple our team. and expand our platforms across the globe.
Thank you. Please be available for questions later, okay? Great, thank you. And our last one from our startup competition is Melissa, please. And then please don't leave because we have the demos right after, okay? We have 3 demos.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Powell, and I'm the founder of PACMI. PACMI stands for Piece of Cake Migration, and we are trying to simplify high-skilled migration. I know that's a tall order for a short person. I am also a former high-skilled migrant and a repatriated citizen. And I am also the great-grandchild of immigrants from 8 countries. So I felt like it's my purpose to do this, but I actually have not felt it as much as I felt it yesterday as I was crossing the border and detained by immigration. And outside of the trauma of the interrogation and the nonsensical line of questioning, I was not surprised that they didn't know what high-skilled immigration is, and more importantly, that they would suggest that I am here to do cleaning services. Because there is currently a huge problem. Approximately 420 million professionals want to move across borders every year, and only 1 to 2% of them get to do so because of lack of opportunities. That contributes to the huge global labor shortage that exists. Systems to match employers to professionals and facilitate high-skilled migration are fragmented and extremely frustrating. I've been there. Additionally, 45% of companies globally have difficulty filling positions. So we just need to connect the two. Our aim is to renormalize and elevate high-skilled migration in the hopes of helping to resolve hoping to resolve global labor shortages, reduce the negative effects of brain drain, improve refugee reintegration, and promote innovation and peace through diversity. Our solution is to build a technology ecosystem that employees can easily showcase the opportunities available to their diaspora, international candidates, and displaced citizens. It's a single software application that integrates matching, immigration, and transition all in one place, with moving globally in mind from the start. It facilitates improvements to cross-border movement for individuals, companies, and governments through AI and big data. And we create global professional self-sovereign identities that level the playing field for credential verification, especially for people like me that come from a developing country where it's hard to figure out if my previous employer is actually real or my degree from University of Technology is real. Our MVP currently is in beta. We're about to launch, and we have garnered customers from 30 countries based on word of mouth. Eventually, in the future, we'll use blockchain-based traceability and smart contract-enabled automated workflows for better document management across multiple stakeholders, change tracking, and adherence to timelines. We are using AI and ML to enhance the connectivity beyond just the job to candidate matching and between all stakeholders throughout the ecosystem, as well as I mentioned before, the candidate verification. Our competitors are filling 3 boxes: immigration, job matching, and transition. By us bringing it all together and focusing directly on what's needed for expatriation, repatriation, and the integration of refugees, we're able to give them fulfill specific needs and help them to save time and costs. So we're taking the entire process from matching all the way up to cultural immersion and putting it on one platform. As such, we're able to save employers 45% of the time, and 50% of the costs when it comes on to high-skilled immigration. We only supply cross-border opportunities. So if there is a person that does not want to move, they cannot be listed on our job site. And if there's a job not open to moving someone, they also cannot be listed on our job site. We focus again on expatriates, repatriates, and refugees. We also have country pages which gives access to information about countries from economic development plans to lifestyle. Our value proposition is that we intend to significantly reduce the impending 85 million global labor shortage slated for 2030, which could cost employers $8.5 trillion in unrecognized revenues. We want to help your country increase the economic growth potential by accelerating the brain exchange process. Our revenue strategies go from subscription fees to data sales. So by the end of this year, after our freemium model, we'll have 3 tiers of subscriptions, each for candidates and companies. By 2023, with the value of the candidates and the companies on board, we'll offer advertising to service providers. And by 2024, with all the data of the movement across borders, we'll be able to help provide public policy firms with data and information reports. The team consists of myself, as I mentioned before, very versed on immigration and high skills movement, and Jeffrey Shiro and Daniel Brown. Jeffrey is my co-founder, and he is the former Accenture partner and seasoned government level product executive. And Dana Brown, my other co-founder, our highly technical guru with experience building products from idea stage, who has worked on products such as National Passport Service and Zillow. Additional to the founders, we have a team of high-skilled workers between the US, Jamaica, Canada, India, and the Middle East. Our advisors are experienced globally in HR tech, recruitment, government policy, IT security, data, emerging technology, organizational development, and digital identity at reputable companies and within federal governments. We are asking for $250K for a preemptive round and partnerships to get to our goal of 400 companies and 7,800 candidates from 39 countries within the next few months. So let's work together. Please contact me.
Great, thank you. And now we're going to do questions during the judges panel because we're running tight. So now we're moving to the demo section. Please allow me to present to you Mr. Eric Lewis from Ironweave. Oh, you're gonna, sorry, I didn't, go ahead.
That's okay. It'll just take me a moment to set up the demo. We're moving from the pitch phase to the demo phase, so give me just a moment to get everything set up. Hang on just a second. I got it. I'll need the HDMI, but not that. Just a moment. Great, okay. All right. Well, hello, my name is, oh, just a moment. My name is, I need to hook up the HDMI, sorry. So while that is connecting, my name is David Eisminger. I'm the founder and CEO of Upheaval, the company behind Ironweave. And there is a little bit of audience participation in this part of the demo. But don't worry, you can do it all in your head. So imagine for a moment a blockchain with unmatched scale, incredible scale, over 1 million transactions per second, all data on chain. Now imagine that being an ultra secure blockchain down to the block level, where every block is encrypted with its own set of unique encryption keys. Now imagine that same blockchain is extremely flexible. You can have blocks as small as 100 bytes. You can have blocks as large as megabytes. So we imagined this blockchain, and then we built it. So our blockchain is Ironweave, and it's a fundamental shift, and it's a novel and different approach to blockchain and the blockchain platform. Existing blockchains place one block at a time, one on top of the other, for what we call a monolithic blockchain, a single collection of blocks, one after the other. In Ironweave, there is an unlimited number of interacting chains. And whenever an interaction occurs between two or more chains, a shared block is created and placed on each chain. That shared block has a hash from the previous chain, so there are at least 2 hashes in each block. It's encrypted, and only the participants have access to that data. You can share that data if you want. You can not share it if you want. You can have your own private walled gardens within Ironweave, but there is no limit to the scale or security in Ironweave. So what does this mean? It means that, let's say you have 2 chains, chains A and B, that are participating in a digital interaction. They create a shared block that is placed on each chain, and then they kind of go about their business. Now, simultaneously, let's say there's blocks X, Y, and Z, or chains X, Y, and Z, and they are engaged in a digital interaction, and they're creating a block, and that block is placed on each of their chains. A and B can have that digital interaction. X, Y, and Z can have that digital interaction simultaneously. The blocks can be created at the same time. So parallel block creation, and blocks A and B have no idea that X, Y, and Z even exist, and they can't access that data. Blocks X, Y, or chains X, Y, and Z have no idea that A and B exist, or that there's any sort of interaction going on, or any blocks being created, or any data being put onto the Ironweave fabric. This architecture, this shared block architecture, results in the ability for massive scale. We can scale horizontally because we are not limited to a single monolithic block. We can have exceptional security because you can decide whether you want to share your data or whether you don't. Let's say you're a government agency and you need to have inter-agency communication, but you also have to have information that is kept within your agency. You can have some chains that are only accessible within the agency. You can have an edge chain for communicating with your other agency or agencies. And you can have hundreds or thousands of chains, however many you need, for whatever process you need. Think government regulation, think credentials, think if you're the VA, maybe you're interested in patient records, or maybe you're interested in a given doctor and the sort of interactions that they've had throughout time. It has all the benefits of other blockchains, which is immutability, the hashing function that I mentioned, but Ironweave doesn't care what kind of data you're creating, using, sharing, building. You can use little IoT updates. You can share Form 72A. You can ensure that that's automatically properly filled out, for example, and that it's submitted to the correct agency, and then all of a sudden your reporting becomes automated. You as a reporter, you as the agency have access to that information, and only you. And then all of the ambiguity, all of the other things that may come with a non-immutable mechanism by which you would share that information or regulate that particular agency can go away. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we created something that we call WeaveMark during the process of developing IronWeave. And we created this in order to stress test IronWeave during the development cycle. We, many very late nights staring at Jaeger traces, for anyone who's in the development side of things, to see exactly how many cycles that particular call took, or why it took 7 milliseconds when it should have taken 3. So during, and the reasoning behind that is because A, we wanted to make it as absolutely performant as possible, but B, we wanted to make it as efficient as possible. We're here at the sustainability conference, right? We use consensus mechanisms that don't require vast amounts of energy. We have the ability to finalize blocks in under 50 milliseconds. So let's take a look. So let's start with the closest thing that IronWeave has to what a monolithic blockchain might look like. On the left here, you have the initiators and the participants. There's the concept of a chain initiating a block creation and then whoever is participating in it. So when we start, what we're going to see is when I click this button and start, what you're going to see on the right is blocks being created in real time. Each of those blocks is encrypted with its own set of encryption keys. Each of those blocks is being placed on each of the participant chains while it's happening, and that data is accessible only to the participants. But like I said, we created WeaveMark in order to test and stress test IronWeave. So when I increase the threads on this, and that's just a computer thread, and essentially what that's doing is that is hitting that chain pair simultaneously with that many threads. So imagine you have a highly used process in your business or in your agency, and people are hitting it at the same time, and it needs to be performant. Well, what we're going to see is that just like in IronWeave, you can have simultaneous blocks being created among various participants. Also in IronWeave, each chain can burst out to create simultaneous blocks in order to meet the performance requirements. So what you saw there is a single pair automatically fanning out into bursts and enabling the performance requirements for that high load chain to meet those requirements, and that it automatically merges when it's done. But I mentioned that this can happen simultaneously, right? That there can be parallel block creation, and IronWeave just kind of handles it. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to select a handful of initiators and a handful of participants, and what IronWeave is going to do is it's going to grab initiators, it's going to grab participants, and automatically start creating blocks among them randomly just to see what happens. And what we're going to see is that IronWeave doesn't care. It just continues to do what it's going to do and creates those random blocks and connects and interacts with those simultaneously. So what does that mean in terms of performance? Well, what we're going to see is that for example, financial technology or other kind of high use, high need, high load environments, what we're seeing is that as IronWeave continues to create these blocks, what you're seeing here is we have a value right here of the transactions per second. So in this particular case, where we have multiple threads hitting against this chain pair simultaneously, right now we're at about 840,000 transactions per second. Now, the speed with which you're going to be able to do this is going to be dependent on your internet connection, for example, of course. So there are all sorts of things that can affect the performance. But as this is finishing up, imagine what you could do or what could be done with a blockchain that can scale to whatever need that you need, that can be secure for whether it's communications, whether it's data exchange, whether it's transactions, whether it's regulatory compliance, whether it's healthcare requirements, whatever it is that you happen to be doing, you need not only speed and scalability, but you need security. And then you need privacy, because this world needs more privacy than it has today. So in the end, what I would say is, would you rather have a monolithic blockchain, or would you rather have a multidimensional blockchain where you can assure that you have scalability and that you don't have to contend with others for the resources, where when you need to ensure that your business, your government agency, whatever it is that your interactions have, that the resources available are going to be there, and that you can ensure that only you and the folks with whom you want to share that data have access to it, then I would just suggest that you consider Ironweave. So we're going to be here for the whole conference, and we're especially going to look forward to seeing you at the Friday night reception, the innovation reception. So ask us questions. Come meet with us, come talk with us. We'd love to hear what you're trying to do, what you're trying to solve. There are technologies. Blockchain is a technology, and then there are solutions. So on our website, you'll see how we differentiate between those. Blockchain is a technology, security is an element of technology, but when you put those technologies together in special ways, what you find is you find solutions. So when you have scalability plus guaranteed provenance plus security and privacy, you all of a sudden have the capability to have a credentials system, and that you can guarantee provenance. So that can solve for fraud issues, for counterfeiting, for all sorts of various things that are difficult to achieve unless you have scalability and security and flexibility. Maybe you're a pipeline company or a water company, and you need to have just little blocks because the valves don't take up that many blocks, according to that CSV. If that's the case, Ironweave is your solution, because we can have blocks of any size, little, created in real time with an architecture that uses event-driven, it's an event-driven architecture rather than a polling architecture, which means when something happens, it can immediately create a block because that event happened, rather than saying, oh, did this happen? No. Did this happen? No. So the analytics, the AI, the underlying AI system that you can run on Ironweave, and that it is hardwired to create and provide, is a platform and a fabric that enables you to do your own thing in a private walled garden, interact with the world at scale, both or either. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the demonstration, and look forward to seeing you at the rest of the conference. That's okay.
Now we have the next demo, Mr. Shiv Agarwal from Earth ID. Thank you. You can use that one, it's easier.
It's working?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. But let me just set up very quickly, and then we can get going.
And as we mentioned, after this demo, we'll have the judges roundtable that will comment on the startups we saw. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay.
It takes a little second. There's a tiny delay.
Let's see. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shiv Agarwal, founder and CEO of Earth ID. So let's get started. So I will just present a couple of slides just to set the context. And I have personally recorded the demonstration because I wanted to basically avoid any technical glitches, and I also wanted to optimize the time of the audience. So as an introduction, Earth ID is an award-winning decentralized identity platform that allows secure and frictionless exchange of identity information. And our mission is to basically help organizations prevent frauds, optimize processes, and drive sustainability. And actually, because this event is focused on sustainability, it makes sense to talk about that. And lastly, we are also basically enabling frictionless and secure access to the Web3 and metaverse-based ecosystem. So our focus is forward-looking. So we are working with global enterprises, global governments. So our focus is B2B and B2G. And these are some of the reasons, some of the many reasons that why customers want to work with us. Some of the reasons are basically we are using distributed ledger technology for fraud prevention. Our solution works across 200 countries. We help basically increase customer conversion and retention. We help avoid duplicate accounts. This platform is basically designed in a user privacy model. And then you can use this platform for securing both digital as well as physical assets. So it has a lot of benefits. These are some of the key customer engagements that we are currently delivering. This is not what we are sort of looking forward to. This is something which we are actually delivering at the moment with our global customers, which are either governments, or either global enterprises, or they are innovative SMEs, right? So some of the use cases are being digital identities for citizens, employees, and students, digital onboarding, licenses and certificates, basically, which is like the verifiable credentials which we have been talking about. We are also working in digital recruitment space with respect to reducing the frauds and friction with respect to applying for employment. Then we are also working across healthcare with respect to telehealth, with respect to how do you ensure, because of pandemic, people have moved towards online platforms for getting healthcare. And that is where how do you basically make sure that to make them more efficient, more effective. We are also working in the travel space with respect to how do you make the travel more seamless, more contactless, and I think a better experience altogether. So in the morning, somebody mentioned that one guy took a 30-hour flight. So it's like if you have to bother again and again with respect to your documents, that is not a good experience across 30 hours. So this is what we solve here. Then we are very much focused on Web3 and metaverses. So it's about basically creating a single window with respect to how do you manage your identity as well as your assets across these Web3 as well as metaverse-based ecosystems. And the lastly, digital key, right? So when we talk about smart businesses, smart cities, smart tourist destinations, how do you basically use your identity in a device to basically gaining access to physical as well as digital resources, right? So this is the work that we are already doing with our customers across the globe. What we have done is like in the last 2 years or so, we are a UK-based company, but now we have basically created presence across different regions. We recently opened our first office in US, in Miami, and we are in the process of opening next office in Dubai, which will be ready by end of this year. And with that note, I would basically like to do a very short demonstration. This demonstration is not representing any specific industry, but it's about the capabilities that we have, the building blocks that we have, which can help different customers from different industries to sort of solve their use cases, solve their business problems. Right, and with that note, let me play it, and I hope you enjoy it. Okay, there's no audio. Okay. This video will demonstrate all the capabilities of our Okay. The user can download Earth ID app from Apple or Google Play Store. The user can now register their Earth ID either by scanning an ID card or by providing. I don't know, the audio is not working. No, I paused it actually, so I don't know. Let's see. There's a problem now. Let's see if it works. Hi. This video will demonstrate some of the capabilities of Earth ID platform. Is it audible now? As you can see on the screen, we have the Earth ID app on the right hand side. The user can download Earth ID. Okay, I think we need some support here. Sorry about that.
Jordan, even. Hi, can you help us, please?
Okay, I think. Oh, okay. Fine. So I'll walk through, I think, and then. But okay? Let's do this. Okay.
Hi.
Fine. It's playing, right? So if you look at the screen, so we have two sides. On the left hand side, you can see a portal, and on the right hand side, it's basically the app. And then with the app, you can actually register yourself using two methodologies. One is by either using a document like your passport, your driving license, or something else, or you can also register manually.
In this
right.
demo,
So in
we
this
will go with
video,
the
we will
manual
be basically
registration.
doing a manual registration. so that we can demonstrate the different functionalities. So you can just provide your basic information, like your name, your phone number, and your email address. And that basically, and then you can basically add your phone number across 200 countries. Right? It's not basically specific to any specific region, but it's like you can have a phone number from anywhere in the world, and it would work. So the other way is basically you can scan one of your ID, and then it will pick the information, and then you can just add some of the remaining pieces of the information. So now we are generating the Earth ID. So this Earth ID is basically being generated using smart contract. And what it does is like it verifies this information with respect to validity and duplicity. So you cannot create two Earth IDs. That is what the purpose is. So only one person can only have one Earth ID. So once the Earth ID is generated, basically
the Earth ID of the user is generated, and they can download a QR code as a backup,
So this is
meant
meant
for porting or recovering their identity in
So
the
tomorrow,
future.
let's say if you change your device, you can basically scan the same QR code and you can port the identity to a different device instead of creating a new one.
Now the
You can
user can
protect
set the security of the app
or
using
your
Touch ID,
data
Face ID, or passcode.
through different mechanisms. So
Here
you can
we
use
go
Touch
with the
ID,
Face ID
ID,
option.
passcodes, and these are device independent. So it's not like that you have to have the latest iPhone. If you have a old Android, but if the camera is working, then this would work.
Earth ID
And
uses
we basically
anti-spoofing
use
liveness detection
latest
to
facial
ensure a
recognition
live user is
technology
interacting with the app
to basically
and
to
not a
ensure that
photo or video.
that the user is not spoofing the system with respect to not playing a video, not playing or not showing a photo. So it's like actual human being. So there's a liveness test. That is what we also do. So it's a real thing that I have basically done specifically for this demo. Yeah. So it basically records your
The user can now
facial
verify their
recognition,
phone
and then
number
you can
and
use
email
it for
address
data
using
purposes.
OTP.
And then we have different features with respect to trust score, with respect to awards, which can be used for different purposes. So there are different layers of security. So now we are setting up the security, and then now it's about verifying your phone number. When we verify the phone number as well as the email address, this is again done using smart contracts, because in general what happens is like if you are doing verification using general OTP,
Now the user
there are a
can
lot of
digitize
cases
any
where
of their
it can be
existing ID
scammed, right? So
cards
people are able
by
to basically
scanning or
steal your
uploading
OTP,
it from
and
their
then they can
phone.
basically fraud the system. So this is where we are using smart contracts for OTP verification also. Now what we are doing is like here you can scan one of your ID documents across 200 countries, and our platform would be able to verify it with respect to validity, authenticity, tampering, ownership, and then we do a liveness detection also again to ensure that the user who's scanning the document is actually the owner of the document as well, right? And once all the checks and balances are done, this information is broken down into bits and pieces and stored into the wallet. This information is not uploaded anywhere, not in any central repository, not on any blockchain. It stays on your
Once the
wallet,
verification is
and the
complete,
wallet
the
could be
document
on a
gets
mobile
added to the
device. The
user
wallet
wallet.
could be on web. The wallet could be also a hardware wallet, right? And that is what we are working in the future. Now we are talking about verifiable credentials. So you can actually go to an issuer like your university or your employer or the government, and then you can request for specific credentials. At the moment, there are no credentials in the wallet. So what you can do is like you can go to the issuer's portal. You can authenticate yourself using passwordless technology. So if you look at this, here we did not enter any user ID or password. We just scanned a QR code, which sort of established the connection. And then because the identity is already on the wallet, you are able to basically authenticate yourself. So there's nothing to steal, you don't have to fall prey to phishing attacks. So once you are authenticated, then you can request for credentials. The credentials could be a lot of different things. It could be your university certificates, it could be your employment credentials, it could be your, let's say, government issued identities. So there are a lot of verifiable credentials which this platform works with. And you can also provide a certain additional information, right? Because let's say there is certain information which is in your wallet already, but for generating a specific credentials, you might need additional pieces of information. So the platform allows to add more pieces of information on the fly. So it's a very dynamic platform in that sense. It's not rigid. So you can customize a lot of different things based on the use cases. So now the credential has been generated. and it's stored in the wallet. And you can see it's basically stored in different ways. So it could be stored as an ID document. It could be stored also as a raw XML, which can be used for multiple different purposes. So this is basically sort of the content of the verifiable credentials. Now we'll go to the verifier portal, which is basically, let's say, a bank or an employer who wants to basically consume your data for verification or due diligence purposes. Again, the same mechanism, simple. So you scan a QR code, which establishes the connections, and then it also requests, it tells you basically what all information a particular verifier is requesting for. And then you can basically do selective data disclosure. So you can choose what information you want to authorize. So it's an explicit consent mechanism. So if you think about this, so it's a very privacy and a consent-oriented platform. And once the user authorizes, the information is shared. And now the verifier can actually verify this information against the blockchain. So what happens, what it means is that first of all, the information is exchanged with the verifier, but they are also able to basically ensure that this information hasn't been tampered with. And this information is also valid, because sometimes what happens is like the credentials might expire, right? Or somebody might take the credential away, but in this case, on the fly, the verifier is able to basically establish the authenticity and the validity of a shared credential. So on that note, this is the demo. If you have any questions, this is the information, but I'm around. You have a table set up. Please feel free to reach out to us. There are a lot of different use cases across different industries, and we are happy to explore and collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great demo. Awesome, and now I would like to invite our virtual judges as well as our judges here on the stage. Are we ready to also have our virtual judges join us? Okay. First, please allow me to also introduce the judges a little bit more formally, because we just wanted to make sure that the startups get a chance to present. So first, Professor Jim Liu.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. That's what I'm talking about. That's like a real revolution, right? It's not a revolution. It's just we're going to have fun here. So I'm Jim Liu. I'm an associate professor at Johns Hopkins Business School. I've been teaching entrepreneurial finance. I teach cryptos and blockchains. And I also have two daughters, Sophie and Catherine, 13 and 16. I'm trying to inspire them to be the next disruptors. So for all you entrepreneurs, thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing, because I'll point to them. I told them I'm going to this blockchain startup conference. There's going to be entrepreneurs there. And sometimes I try to bring them along to sit on the judging side so they can see. And it's a lot of fun. But SoCat does big data machine learning stuff. So we do some stuff. We actually implemented something in the government in the early days in blockchains. And we're still a little bit early, but I think what you guys are doing is super duper exciting. So I'll tell you one quick story and then I'll send it over. When I started as a professor there teaching, I wasn't an associate professor, I was an adjunct professor. And I started teaching an entrepreneurial finance course. And I tried a couple of entrepreneurial things. It was a total disaster, because I was always trying to name it after myself, right? Jim Liu, capital management, total disaster. Don't name it after yourself. That's rule number one. Then I decided to name it after my daughters, Sophie and Catherine. So I call it SoCat. And then now, for some reason, it's starting to work, right? Because, I have an emotional relationship to my business, but at the same time, it's not so close that I can make sort of decisions, right? And so that's kind of a joke. I tell my students, never name a company after yourself. If you want to have success, that's rule number one. Number two, I think you guys did a really great job. Everybody did a great job. It's very nerve-wracking to come up on stage when when you first do it. I've seen lots of entrepreneurs at Johns Hopkins, and they always start out the same, really bad. And then by the third or fourth iteration, by the fifth time, by the 10th time that they're pitching, it's almost flawless. Because you get better and better and better, and that's the point, right? But you got to get started in order to get the feedback, and you got to receive that feedback, and you got to listen, right? You got to listen to these, and you will get better. And I've seen, Johns Hopkins, there's a lot of technical entrepreneurs. So in one of the classes, the entrepreneurial finance class, I asked these, PhD folks to come in. Total disaster. I mean, the students were so angry. They're like, this person doesn't communicate well. They don't understand the audience. They didn't tell us about the business. They didn't even tell us how much money they were trying to raise. All they talked about was the science, and we're not these scientists, right? So it was so funny. And then about 1 or 2, like 9 months, 6 months, 9 months, they were winning these competitions at Harvard and MIT. The same group that came to my class. It was total disaster, right? So you get better, so find mentors. I'm here, Government Blockchain Association. I have my company, but I was mentored by some people actually in government contracting. So it's a husband and wife team, Dovell Technologies. They're no longer around. Their company got bought up by Guidehouse. And they're the ones who got me started in government contracting. So it's really important to find people who are sort of, done with the game that you're playing so they can give you some good advice. And they're not really your competitors. So, I encourage you guys to look for that, especially in DC. There's tons of people who are very successful entrepreneurs in DC. I'm mostly in Baltimore. It's less so. DC is a very, vibrant community. There's real successful entrepreneurs here. There are a few in Baltimore, but I think it's a better ecosystem down here. That's what I've noticed. Anyhow, that's it for me.
All right. Tough act to follow up. So I'm Silvio Pupo, born and raised in Miami. Just a little bit of involvement in entrepreneurship and finance. Everything from sustainable development, public-private partnerships, technology commercialization from institutional universities, government contracting at a federal level, at a local level. But I'm an impact investor and banker by training. So very interested as an entrepreneur to see everybody's projects and what's happening, across different fields today, multiple segments, multiple sectors. It's been also really great from last year's pitch competition to see some of the differences and more maturity in the proposals from concept stage more to like already operating businesses. Some friendly faces. I remember one of our first GBA conferences at George Mason University, seeing yourself, Doc, and sort of seeing this evolution over time of the transformation after pandemic even that's forced a lot of us that had whether old businesses to either recreate the old legacy business or to create a new business. So I have that unique perspective that I'm really appreciating today. Seeing some of the wonderful faces of Radhika, Linda, Dr. Sindhu, Brad, and Michael, and Professor Nasir here as well. Just really excited to be judging this. And I'll pass on the mic. Not much more to say. Yeah. I'm still an investment banker. Yeah, but right now I'm more on the principle-based projects prioritization. Simply because of the crisis that's happening all around us. So great to see what's happening, really interesting. Thank you, Dr. Ingrid, for having me today.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on to our virtual judges. First, Professor Dr. Naseem Naqvi, our honorary judge. He's joining us from the UK. He's the president of the British Blockchain Association. Welcome. Can you hear us? Professor? You're on mute, or we can't hear you. No. Team, can you make sure Professor Naseem has audio? Not yet, not yet. Maybe we'll, now it turned on, yeah. Unbelievable.
Screen turned off now.
Yeah, no. Sure. Definitely. We have several judges. Professor Dr. Naseem Naqvi, as you heard, he's the president of the government of the British Blockchain Association. Then we have Linda Getz. She's also a well-known not only investor, but also has held multiple leadership roles in the blockchain ecosystem. We have Radhika Iyengar. She's going to be leading our World Business Angel Investment Forum Silicon Valley office, which is opening this Friday. She's also partner for Double Nova Group. We also have Brad Yasser, very well known in the blockchain and crypto ecosystem as well. We have Dr. Milria. He is a senior engineer of one of the fastest growing cybersecurity companies and has 20 plus year experience in the blockchain ecosystem. I'm gonna let all of them introduce themselves, but in the meantime, just wanna make sure. And then also Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, he's also in our GBA board. He has leadership roles in numerous companies, as well as academia and in the private ecosystem, including banking and investing. So our goal today is to A, let them introduce themselves as soon as we can, and B, hear a little bit about what they liked from all the startups today, maybe one or two comments. So hopefully we have audio fully functional again from our virtual teams, and all the speakers work, and then we can hear from Professor Nassim. If you can hear us, please proceed.
Testing, output volume all the way down, guys.
Is it working?
Yes, we can hear you now. Virtual.
Is it working now?
Perfect, go ahead. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes, we can.
Very good, thank you. So thank you very much to the Government Blockchain Association for inviting me. And thank you, Dr. Ingrid, for very kind introduction. I did manage to hear some of the presentations. Really good, well done to all. And I believe I've got about 5-10 minutes, so I'm going to keep it very, very short. And what I thought I would talk about is how blockchain startups progress through these 7 stages in their lifetime. So we start with the basic science, and then we move on to the efficacy stage, which is demonstration of the your impact in ideal setting. And then we move on to effectiveness, where you have demonstrated some real world benefit, as we heard from some of the presenters. And then the next step is the efficiency stage, which is the biggest effect on most people. And this is, at this stage, the governments and policymakers start taking you seriously, because you are now causing some impact at a scale. And then the next 2 stages are availability and distribution. So if you are doing well, then you have to be prepared to serve a large number of population. So at some point in your journey, your startup is going to be evaluated, either at a small scale, like a hackathon like this, that's been organized by GBA, or at a more formal level, such as a government level evaluation, such as we have UK Research and Excellence Framework, and there are others. So you should be prepared to demonstrate the evidence of impact, as well as 4 other key metrics that are being assessed. So the first one is the idea, how novel it is. Is this exceptionally novel? Then your project design, is it robust? Then your outcomes and outputs. You have to present your work, publish your work. They have to be reviewed, peer reviewed, audited, or whatever you call it. And then the point of reference. So is your work becoming an essential point of reference for others to follow, based on a number of metrics, such as references to or citation of your work? And evaluation is important, because a few years ago, US Government Accountability Office evaluated 10 large community projects over a 10-year period. And the programs were costing about $10 billion. And they found out that 9 of them had little to no positive impact on their participants. And in fact, some programs were not evaluated at all. So for the evaluation, they used something called randomized control studies. And they found out that they were literally bleeding money and the programs were not working, which then led to the then US President Donald Trump signing Foundations for Evidence-Based Policy Making Act, which is now a law in the United States. So evidence-based policy making is now a law in the United States. And I will recommend all of you, particularly those in the US, to read that. And finally, it is important that we follow up on the journey of these blockchain startups and also their outcomes and impact data, something that we are not very good at. And this is based on a study that was done a few years ago by the US Agency for International Development, the USAID. And they looked at 43 blockchain projects and concluded that almost no startup was willing to share their what we call MERL processes, MERL, monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning outcomes. So as a blockchain startup, are you prepared to share your results, your monitoring results, your evaluation results, your research results, and also the evidence of your outcomes and impact? Because if you don't share, we don't know what happened and how are we going to learn and how are others going to learn. So we recommended this last year in the UK's national blockchain roadmap, the need for a national level repository of successfully implemented blockchain use cases. And we are currently building this repository, and I will recommend and encourage all of you to do the same as well at your level. So that's it from me. I wish all the best to all the startups and projects that have presented their work today. And thank you again to the GBA for inviting the British Blockchain Association. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll have, I know it's midnight where Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar is, so I hope you can stay awake for us. If you can briefly introduce yourself and maybe make one or two comments about the startups that you've witnessed today, we would appreciate it.
Thank you, Ingrid, and thank you for inviting me also to this session. I'm Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. I'm the co-chairman and founder of PhD Group of Companies based at MIT Boston. Okay. So I'm the founder and co-chairman of PhD Group of Companies. I'm based at CIC MIT Cambridge, and mine is this impact platform. So it was very welcome to hear so many new projects coming with the backing of blockchain coming out in the open and giving out the suggestions that how we can go about with the implementation of blockchain in different essential services and products. But it was very, very novel, and I congratulate all of them. As a judge also, I was judging all those projects. It was very refreshing also to hear all those things. But only thing which I missed was that in technology, we are still creating the haves and have-nots, the basic gap between the developed and developing world. So whatever we are talking of in our projects may not be very good for impact for developing countries. So that is the only point which I wanted to highlight. Rest, I will not like to take much of the time. Other participants are there. So thank you very much, and all the best to all the participants.
Thank you. Now, Brad, thank you. Brad Yasser, if you can also introduce yourself briefly and maybe make one or two comments regarding the startups that you witnessed.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting me, Ingrid and GBA. It's always exciting to get exposed to this caliber of startups, and with the impact component of this conference, I'm very stoked to just hear the projects that are burning right now. As of the way of my background, I'm a 15-time entrepreneur and been investing for 2 decades, angel, venture, as well as a family office. and have a portfolio over 300 investments. About two-thirds of them are blockchain and distributed technology projects. And so, big supporter of BA and everyone building a decentralized future. As far as the projects go, I think I put my pure investor hat on and not taking an academic or procedural approach to. And two things that I felt were not really addressed. And I'll start there because all the presentations were very, very well received. And, thank everyone before they hear my feedback. I think it's important. As an investor, the single most important is, of course, the value you're going to get for your investment. So I would have really wanted to hear the ask a little bit more detailed. So not just we want $250,000, but more like we're raising $250,000 as debt, as convertible note, as a safe, and here is our current valuation. Because in order to evaluate the ROI that I should be expecting, the participants did a very good job at clearly defining the market size, the opportunity, and some did again, really good job at defining how they're going to monetize the platforms they're creating. But there wasn't a lot of attention to, okay, at what level as an investor am I being invited to join this journey? And I think that's a key piece of information that any type of investor is going to look for. So the traditional true and tested model of saying, hey, I'm raising $1 million valuation, and the discount, there's no discount, that really help with the decision-making process. So I would recommend that a little more emphasis be put on those areas. As far as, I'm passionate about healthcare, especially in the United States, because we have all the technology sources and probably one of the least functioning healthcare systems, unfortunately, that I personally experienced. So the two projects that we're talking about, information and things like that. The biggest question for someone in the space, and we'll continue to support it until we have personal record portability, is how are they absorbing the data, and how are they making it, and how are the willing participants share their data, because data is protected within I think if we touched a little bit more, whether it's a social care space, medical care space, on how that's a huge for some in the space. And, that's the biggest challenge to solve there. It's not how to protect or encrypt or deliver information. Very simple.
Brad, you're cutting out quite a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe turn video off. We can't hear you. You're cutting out. The internet is not stable there.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Much better, yes. Just speak a little louder.
Okay. Well, I was just saying the data access and you know, sharing, I think, is key for the projects that we're trying to uniformize and increase the portability of patient data. So a little bit more specifics into how they're trying to, how they're looking to solve that problem would have been very valuable for someone like me who's invested in that space and is a big supporter of, you know, innovating our healthcare system globally. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Radhika Iyengar. I had briefly introduced you, but if you can please share with the audience your full role in the blockchain ecosystem and the newest role that's going to start Friday.
Sure. I'm Radhika Iyengar. I'm founding partner at StarChain Ventures here in Silicon Valley. And I've been in the blockchain space for 5+ years. Author of Enterprise Blockchain has arrived along with my colleague, Jordan Woods. And we run a venture studio, which is not only investing in our own startups, which we're spinning up that are solving critical challenges, but we're also kind of expanding the ecosystem. And to that point, I'm involved in a number of initiatives globally that are building the ecosystem around Web3 and deep tech, to be specific. For one, just launching the brand new Silicon Valley office for the World Business Angel Investments Forum. That launch is happening Friday, so it's a very exciting week for us. And Dr. Ingrid is on our board as well, so really great to have her involvement with this. I'm also on the USA board and the Global Women Leaders Committee for WBAF. Have been on other boards as well. I'm very integrally involved in the healthcare space with Partners in Digital Health Institute and Blockchain in Healthcare Today, which is the first peer-reviewed journal in the space. So, you know, my whole, I think, thought process through what I'm doing in blockchain is really trying to build the ecosystem around this incredibly transformative technology, and absolutely in combination with other advanced technologies. And I think the opportunities are very clear in terms of and we've seen some of that today with companies that are focused not only on developing technology for technology's sake, but really looking at impactful outcomes. So for me, the big push is on what can we build that is impactful, but that is also high growth and creates value along the way. And so for me, those are really the key driving forces in everything I do personally and professionally is how do we maximize the impact of what we're doing? And to that point, I think it was incredibly encouraging to see such a great variety of blockchain-based applications, you know, in healthcare, in you know, migrant workers or the immigrants, in you know, many other areas as well. And so I think, and also, you know, participative government or civic sort of ecosystem, that was also very innovative to see. So I think the very innovative and original ideas that I think it was very encouraging to see. I think on the feedback point, I will just say, you know, it would be great, and I do this all the time, all day long in Silicon Valley. It's really hard to get a cohesive story out within the time that you have to present on your startup. That's a very challenging task, actually, but it is possible. And I think, you know, my feedback is think about the entire story end to end, and not only focus on one aspect, which may be product or team or solution or what have you. It is about the whole story. And from an investor point of view, if you're pitching to investors, to Brad's point, think about why you are going to be rising above the noise in an investor's eyes. And in an investor's eyes, it's about, you know, how are you going to make money? And so I think a lot of the startups today attempted to present, I think, you know, their views on business models and so on, but it was not as clear to me in terms of how the money was going to be made. Components might have been listed, but not specifics. And also the projections, you know, how, you know, first of all, if this is a big market you're going after, how are you going to capture a good share of that market? And if you're looking at multiple geos globally, scalability can be an issue because each unique ecosystem has its own barriers to entry. So how do you propose to surmount those barriers to entry? How do you think about scaling that globally? That's something that I would love to have seen more information about. And I encourage those of you who have presented today to think about that entire story, particularly from an investor point of view, if you're pitching to investors, that is. But overall, good job, and continue to work hard on your presentations. They're never easy to give. Whether it's live or virtually, and I've done both. So just think about that and think about the audience that you're pitching to and what they want to see. And so with investors, again, the story is about, not just what you're building and the impact, of course, that you're building, which is incredibly important, but also how you're going to accomplish that at a scalable level.
Thank you. We appreciate all the comments from all judges
And thank
so
you,
far.
Ingrid.
Thank you. And then Linda, can you unmute and maybe introduce yourself in more detail and share your feedback to the startups?
Absolutely. I wish I could give everybody the award of just you absolutely showed up. So thank you for that, Ingrid. Thank you for the opportunity for me as a judge to get to show up. I'm Linda Getz, Vice President of the Board for the Blockchain Chamber of Commerce. It's a 501c3 entity that's actually established at the turn of the year, and we've been collaborative with the Government Blockchain Association, Gerard, for years, having hosted trainings in Atlanta, Georgia, at our headquarters there prior to COVID, and just very thankful to have the opportunity to continue to be collaborative and have that better together model. And I wear a lot of hats, so I'm the mother of twins that were born between the writing of the Bitcoin white paper and the Genesis block, just to kind of put that bracket there for you. I'm also the co-founder of the organization called DFM Data Corp, which I hope you're going to be hearing a whole lot more of, especially on the government side of things. We have been focused on standards that will help create greater levels of data integrity and appropriate visibility across global supply chains. And we've all seen the pain points, most recently, even with baby formula. So there's a lot of good work that we've been doing on the standard side of things. Appreciated the little brief that we got from Professor Nassim, because that whole project design outputs, the monitoring and actually getting that evidence of impact out there is so vital. So just want to give huge kudos to some amazing presentations. Jennifer Loudon, I've been a fan of hers since I met her going on probably 2 years ago now, and have really enjoyed the opportunity to just encourage and support what she's doing. And nobody really looks at wastewater as like a hot, type of investment opportunity until, you're not getting that clean water that we all need to survive. So very, very happy to see the progress that you've made, Jennifer. And also Vlinder Malini, a great female founder as well, and happy to see just the implementation when you're bringing insurance to people who desperately need it in times of crisis, and supporting that seamless opportunity for them, cutting down the transportation costs of people needing to get permits. Those are real life, changing people's outcomes, use of blockchain. So very happy to see that. Probably the biggest recommendation I would make, other than tagging on to what some of the previous judges have said, I'd like to hear, what kind of investor are you looking for? Because it's not just about how much money or how you're going to spend it or how much money the investor is going to get back, but investors generally come with a lot more than money. They come with networks and expertise and a collaborative value proposition to your company that is priceless. So if you can really think through who is that ideal investor for you and make that part of your presentation, when you're presenting to a large group. Obviously, if you're presenting to individual investors, you hopefully have targeted that already. But that would be my best recommendation, to have that awareness and really make sure that your presentation is drawing out that type of investor, giving them the details that they need to get an emotional connection to your project and see where they can plug in their expertise and network to really help support your outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your guidance and your contributions. And now, last but not least, Dr. Michael Milry.
Dr. Ingrid, honor and privilege to be part of such a distinguished panel. I really enjoyed the learning from the leaders that gave the pitches, as well as from fellow judges, panelists. Again, I'm Michael Milray. During the day, I am a distinguished engineer, leading innovation at one of the fastest growing biopharmas in the US right now. We aim to disrupt manufacturing, bring biopharma manufacturing back home and create stable supply chains. In the blockchain world, on the board of advisors of SoftThread, which has a Kaios private blockchain that has solved a number of grand challenges in the space. I'm also on the board of EC Council and a number of other boards, and a distinguished fellow at University of Miami focused on blockchain and industrial cybersecurity. Back in 2015, I led one of the first largest federal blockchain projects, primarily focused on cybersecurity. And when we looked at how a number of our smart infrastructures are weaving together cyber and physical, information technology and operational technology, we saw that the many third parties and fourth parties involved in the exchanges of value, whether it's a power grid or health infrastructure, or defense or transportation, also created significant attack surface that could be exploited. As we all know, in the digital age, anything digital is easy to exfiltrate, manipulate, destroy. And so I was really happy to see that a number of the pitches were around improving the trustworthiness of transactions, disintermediating those many third parties that are not necessary to create value inside such an ecosystem. What I wanted to see more of as we start to unravel and pull the thread on improving cybersecurity is how specifically would the solution improve the confidentiality? How would it improve the integrity? And how would it improve the availability of those digital data exchanges? But then again, I was very, very impressed with the novel pitches. I was very impressed with the teams that were put together and the problem solved. In my own experience back in early days, 2015, 2016, one of the major gaps beyond technology was really the lack of policy, procedure, government regulation. And so I sought out, the forces of nature, the magnetic forces brought me together with Jared Dash and the talented team at Government Blockchain Association, which really continues not only to educate the community, but really fill those critical gaps. And so kudos to you, Jared, and the Government Blockchain Association team. Just today I think there's over 50 bills right now in Congress that are looking to, again, set up those guardrails, those policies necessary to move us securely, safely into Web 3.0, into Industry 4.0, and set up guardrails along this industry. I think that's only going to give impetus to more disruption, more security and stability along with the novel ideas. And so I just really want to give kudos to GBA for filling that gap. And again, echoing the sentiment shared from other judges and Dr. Ingrid's contribution to this space. So thank you very much. Again, humbled to be part of this panel and look forward to following this journey these various companies are on. Very, very exciting that the positive disruption and value they're bringing to this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. And with the help of Rob Perry, who was able to collate all the results, we have a winner and a runner-up to announce. Before I do so, I just wanted to thank everybody that contributed and also share with you the criteria that the startups were evaluated on so that you know exactly what was judged. Originality and creativity, feasibility and execution, which, as you know, is very important, value proposition, ROI potential, sustainability, scalability, the business model, quality of the presentation, team expertise, and then we also had an X factor, which of course is dependent on every startup. So based on that, I would like to welcome Melissa and Malini to the stage. Before I announce which one is the winner and which one is the runner-up, please have a seat. I wanted to maybe allow you to share something that you didn't put in the presentation, but maybe one sentence that speaks to what drove you to start the company and what your aspirations are. So, again, something that you didn't present on so that the audience can hear a little bit more, something personal.
Sure. Actually, I was working in Wall Street for more than 15 years before I founded Flinder. The main reason I started this company is, again, looking at social impact. It may be funny, but the true story is when I was purchasing a diamond jewelry, right? How authentic is it? Nobody knows, you know, especially whatever is going on in Africa, right? The trade, the blood diamond, and etc. So that was actually the trigger for me to maybe we should do something now that we have blockchain and technology. We should prove that, you know, this is really originating in a fair fashion and it's not reaching to the jewelry store. So that's how we started our first platform, which is the traceability and authentication platform. Unfortunately, you know, with whatever we learned 6 months in the diamond experience, we had to drop that. However, while we proceeded with the platform and we were able to onboard a few clients with the food and beverage industry, at that point, we really wanted to know, we were tracking every step in the journey, but now when we are tracking every step in the journey, how do we really know that this step originated from the manufacturer or the producer? How can we prove the identity? So that's when, you know, we ventured into digital ID, decentralized ID, and we ended up building this platform. Again, like I said, we are aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goal, and our primary goal is to bring in social impact using our platforms.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your candor.
Hi, everybody.
Just a little louder if you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, louder, louder. Yeah.
That PACME came about because of my experience. So I'm actually a trained architect and construction manager. And I moved from Jamaica to the US a long time ago, about 20 years ago. And I used yahoo.com to find a job.
Well,
because there was no monster.com and all these fancy things.
a little louder because the virtual
yeah. There was no monster.com and all these LinkedIns and all these things at the time. So I used yahoo.com, got a job. I had wonderful immigration processes in the US. To the extent that at one point, a company even waited an entire year to hire me. Because they believed in my abilities. Then the 2008 recession hit and the construction industry collapsed. Your visa is tied to your degree. And so I had to think quickly. So I said, oh, let me just do an international business degree so that I can be more marketable. In doing the international business degree, about 95% of my cohort were not US citizens. And they would all ask me, how did you get a job? How do you get the work permit? How do you work anywhere? And I thought to myself, because this is almost like 8 years later, why is this still so difficult? So I continued on my merry way. After my degree, I decided, oh, I want to move to Spain. Got an internship in Spain, moved to Spain, and then the immigration lawyer was like, oh, even though we have a high labor shortage, we also have a high unemployment rate. And if you go back to your home country to get the visa in your passport, they're not going to give it to you. So you should stay here for 3 years and then you'll be fine. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not running from anything. I'm going back to Jamaica. So went back to Jamaica, and all this time, everybody's still calling and asking me questions about, how do you find a job somewhere else and not teach English after you have a degree. So I started to look into it. And as I was doing that, I got a job with a startup in Jamaica. In that job, I realized how much my knowledge and experience outside of Jamaica was helpful not only to the company, but to the individuals in the company and the growth of communities. And so I said, no, this needs to be much easier. So I started to research, and I literally became obsessed with high-skilled immigration because I didn't realize how much it impacts economic development across the world, how much we have been doing this since the age from Jesus was a baby, and how much it has so much impact, but it's just not done properly. Even at the Fortune 500 level, it's just difficult. Everybody complains. And so I said, I'm going to solve it. And here we are.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So just for fun, the judges had a complex Excel sheet that they had to score, and they all fired their scores very quickly, one after the other. So now I wanted to ask the audience to raise their hand. First of all, maybe for some of the audience members that missed your name and your company, if you can just state your full name one more time and the name of your company so that they can hear it. So,
my name is Melissa Powell, and I'm the founder of PACME Inc.
Hi, my name is Malini Srinivasan. I'm the founder of Flinder Inc.
Thank you. Okay, now just for fun, the audience here in the room, who do you think is the winner? Let's say Malini, raise your hand, just so that everybody knows who's Malini, because you're M&M, so the M&Ms. So Malini, who in the audience thinks that Malini is the winner? Raise your hand, just for fun. Okay, and then who do you think? Who in the audience thinks that Melissa is the winner? Okay. Very good. Well, you're opposite than the judges, but nevertheless. Okay, Malini, you won, and Melissa, runner-up. Both of you, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you again to all of you for the patience and the passion that you all showed. We appreciate all of you participating and also our audience for being here. What will happen is every single startup that participated will have a feedback session with me like we had last year. And then some of you actually last year had the opportunity to follow up with some of the judges. I will facilitate that introduction if you are willing. We still have some questions from the judges, which can be huge advice for you to advance your company. So I strongly recommend answering those questions that I'll share with you. And then also on the winner side, you'll have the chance to, both of you will earn 4 coaching sessions with me to prepare you for the global startup stage if you ever want to go. And Malini, you got a full covered ticket to attend the global startup stage in Turkey, where we have more than 3,000 investors show up, and you'll be able to participate there. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jovan, yes, one question. Okay, wonderful. Already she got her first customer. That's awesome. Thank you again for the opportunity to organize the Innovation Showcase. Thank you, Gerard, for making it happen. As you can see, we had top quality startups. Again, thanks for the judges for taking the time and volunteering to share their wisdom with us, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much for those of you that are up at a very, very late time in Britain, India. I know, Brad, you're from the West Coast, but you're currently in Europe, so we thank all of you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That would be nice. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So,
Great to meet
did you guys learn anything today? Good. I want to thank you guys for coming. I want to remind you that on Friday night, we're doing a reception, and it's called Inventors and Pioneers, and the theme is Cowboy Steampunk. Right? How many of you do not know what that means? Okay, Google steampunk, right? And just look at the images, right? Make sure you don't have any young children around. All right, what's that? My wife has already bought me the paraphernalia. So I want to thank you guys for coming. I'd like to hear some feedback from you guys. So if let's just take a minute or two. I'd like to maybe hear some takeaways from today, and then you know, and if you guys want to come up, you can come up here. Go to that mic right there. We do about 5 minutes of takeaways, and I'd kind of like to hear what you have to say. Oh, and by the way, I told you about the challenge that we had, right? The financial challenge. We are, as of right now, fully funded for the event. All right. Anybody have a final thought? Yeah, go ahead.
Charlton Woodyard II, second generation Washingtonian, an impact investor and entrepreneur. It's been very refreshing to hear other individuals who are what I consider of an older age bracket, if you will, very much in tune with the technologies and their integrations and applications. Yes, I know that, you know, young people, when I say younger people, I'm 35, so I may not actually be in that category, but when I think about the solutions that we're talking about, they're to impact the people from the next 20 years and above. And usually when I come into these rooms, there's not many people who will be a part of that 20-year plan who actually be executing it. So again, it's good that you guys are creating technologies that will help people who are not even thinking about those problems right now. And understanding again that we're at a very crucial point when it comes to the human experience and how it's going to be versus what it could be. Again, this blockchain technology allows us to compute and allocate resources in a way that otherwise was not possible. So are we going to use this technology to do more of the same, or are we going to create a more equitable human experience for all to participate in such experiences? So again, I appreciate you guys doing so in a way that's going to benefit more than just the 1%, if you will. So I applaud each of you for being here.
For those of you who have not met this young man, right, you need to meet him, right? This guy's going places, right? Yes. You don't meet people often, right, that are young, smart, just so incredibly positive and spend so much time building others up, right? Because the work that he does to build up others, right, it's a mark of a leader. So he's got huge leadership potential. So you get to know this guy, right? Get out of here. All right. Yeah. This is Tom Goldstein, a member of the GBA board.
Hey, Gerard. First of all, a big shout out to Gerard and to Kathy Daché for pulling this event together. And, you know, you guys have been working around the clock, and you know it's really extraordinary. And really congratulations. And great event we had just now. For any of the companies looking to raise capital, feel free to come talk to me. I am a partner, founder of Cogent Law Group, and I have talked to a number of investors who've told me that they're interested in seeing good investment opportunities in the blockchain crypto space. And, you know, I can't promise that, we can actually deliver anything, but there's a decent chance I can get folks in front of a professional investor who at the very least might give some feedback. So, and help with networking. So feel free to come up to me if you or anyone you know is looking for investment capital. Yes, I'll be here. I'm here today, tomorrow, and Friday. So.
Did you notice a disclaimer from the lawyer? I can't promise anything, but if you are BMM certified, we've got a much better chance. All right. Well, then that's part. Yeah, come on up real quick. Before Tobin says this, I just want to. This is kind of part of what GBA is all about. Is to really create a platform and environment where people can talk and share and learn from each other.
Yeah, thanks, Gerard. I just wanted to reiterate what you said earlier, which is in relation to the BMM. As a small, medium-sized consultancy in the blockchain space, we've had that huge challenge of wanting to work with government support agencies, but we're often trumped by the big five consultancies. So I think the vision of GBA, bringing private and public together, but looking at all businesses, not just the big five. I'm certainly bought into that vision today. So really appreciate that, and I'm excited for the rest of the conference and what that can mean for startups. Yeah.
You guys are going to be BMM appraisers.
Yes.
Right, and so you got offices around the world, including Australia and stuff like that. Yeah. So we are a part of a great community. So listen, you guys get out of here. Have a great evening. We will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the breakfast and have lots of networking, and have a great night.